All right, looks like we're live. Hello, everyone. Stitching NoFap, congratulations. You are first.
Today I want to
I've now
talk about a peculiar case of, let me call it, amateur physics that's recently attracted a lot of public attention. It's some ideas put forward by Terrence Howard, an American actor who has his own theory of everything that he thinks improves physics. Now, there are thousands of people with theories of something that aren't good for anything, and normally I don't talk about that. I make an exception in this case because Joe Rogan spread these ideas on his podcast, and a lot of people seem to think that physicists must pay attention to actors who want to improve physics. Well, I'm happy to help. So let's have a look. I don't have time to listen to 3-hour podcasts, and if I did, I sure as hell wouldn't listen to some actor go on about his theory of everything. But I saw that he has a book of sorts, and I like books. So I had a look at this, and I'm now at least as qualified to comment on his ideas as he is to comment on modern physics. Terrence Howard's key fundamental insight, the basis of his new theory of everything, is that 1 times 1 equals 2. Just in case you had any doubts about it, 1 times 1 equals 1. That's not a matter of opinion, it's not even a matter of science, it's a matter of definition. The mathematical operation that we call multiplication and the number that we call 1 are defined so that any number multiplied by 1 gives the same number. Consequently, 1 times 1 equals 1. We define multiplication this way just because it's useful. You see, if you have only addition and I give you 7 apples, you'd have to go 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 7. The operation of multiplication is a way to simplify this long sequence of addition. We introduce a new symbol, call that times, and write 7 times 1. It means the same thing. Howard goes on to write, in order to multiply something by something else, they must be dimensionally equal. This is not correct. If you multiply one quantity that has units with another quantity that has units, you multiply the units. If I multiply, say, time measured in seconds with a speed in meters per second, I get a length in meters. This is the case for any quantity, but a lot of things that you can mathematically multiply don't serve any purpose, so we don't multiply them. I could, for example, multiply 18 chopsticks with a magnetic field of 2 Tesla. That'd give me 36 chopstick Tesla, but just because that mathematically exists doesn't mean it makes any physical sense. But Howard's confusion about multiplication goes so far that he thinks if you multiply a penny with a penny, then, according to the current rules of mathematics and multiplication, that gives you 1 penny. This is not correct. It would give you a penny squared, which isn't a physical thing. But now he has an entire conspiracy theory about how Bank of America miscalculates your pennies. Oh dear. Okay, so he doesn't understand either multiplication or units, which, let me just say, is a bad start for revolutionizing physics. But how does he get from there to rewriting the laws of nature? Well, as I read on, it became apparent that Howard confuses mathematical relations with natural laws. Yes, in physics we formulate the laws of nature in form of mathematical relations, but that doesn't mean any mathematical relation is a law of nature. Since he thinks that something is wrong with 1 times 1 equals 1, and he thinks that multiplication is a law of nature, he now thinks that physics is wrong. He explains the laws of conservation of energy might as well pack up and move away, because how can a something multiplied by nothing cause the something to disappear? Remember, energy cannot be created or destroyed. That's why there is no law of nature that just multiplies energy by zero. A few pages later, he has concluded that all visible things are composed of the properties of light. This is what the equation E equals mc square is ultimately illustrating, that energy equals mass times the velocity of light.
Richard, we talked about fighting a few days ago. You showed a high battle IQ. I know you took kickboxing, but you often talk about dropping people on their head. You prefer being a brute over skill?
It's just more efficient to pick somebody up and drop them on their head. Like, it just is. Like, most people don't have, any kind of, you know, boxing or kickboxing training where they know how to dodge punches, move their head. So, like, usually you can just bop somebody in the head, but, like, again, it's just much more efficient to just pick somebody up and just drop them on their head than try to hit them in the head hard enough to knock them out. Thanks for the donation, though, Jalen.
Light squared, all things are light. Unfortunately, this is not correct. This equation doesn't apply to light. You see, the full equation is actually E equals the square root of m squared, c to the fourth, plus the square of the momentum times the second power of the speed of light. If the object...
Hi VG. I hope that you are feeling great tonight. So, today at work I had a co-worker try to tell me that Trump's better for the economy, and I debunked her with this lol speechless.
Fact check, is Biden or Trump better for the US economy? Who is more economically competent, Trump or Biden? The Opinion Research Institute, YouGov, has found that with regard to the economy, a majority of the US population has greater faith in Donald Trump than in the incumbent president, Joe Biden. Only 26% of voters canvassed by the Institute in February of this year considered Biden a capable economic policymaker. By contrast, Trump reaches approval ratings of 47%. But do the survey results align with U.S. economic data? Claim Biden is destroying law and order, and our economy is in a free fall. Under Donald Trump, our economy was strong. Fact check, misleading. First 3 years under Donald Trump were economically promising, with growth rates over 2%. This does not, however, constitute a sustained boom.
How are you feeling? Any new Frankie vids to watch?
I am feeling just fine, James. You know, I'm living my life and, you know, enjoying pretty much every moment of it. It appears that there are no new Frank vids to watch. It's been 3 days. Let me see if he's banned. He'd almost guaranteed. Oh yeah, he blocked me. Yeah, if he got banned, he's like almost guaranteed to whine and complain about it. Thanks for the donation though, James. But yeah, unfortunately, Frank has no new content. The definition of a boom is characterized by a pronounced increase in economic activity reflected in high growth rates significantly above normal capacity utilization, noticeable employment growth, and a bullish stock market. Trump started his first term in office January 20th, 2017, with economic growth at 2.4%. When the COVID pandemic hit, the economy declined by 2.2%, then recovered in the final quarter, surging to 5.8%. The economy is not in free fall under Biden, as Senior Senator Scott has claimed. It has stabilized at a growth rate of around 2%, with growth of 2.1% predicted for 2024.
Why did Frank ban you on X?
I think he finally ended up banning me because I exposed him for being gay. I shared his old Chatterbait videos where he admitted he's gay and likes to suck dick and stuff. and was shoving dildos up his ass on camera. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Yeah, so I don't know why anyone thinks that Trump is a good economic planner. Like, the guy's a fucking idiot. All he did was raise the national debt.
You're looking at doesn't move, then the velocity is 0, so the momentum vanishes. That gives you E equals mc squared.
Glad you're on tonight. How was your day? What have you done? I was opening my garage and a wasp attacked me, didn't sting me, and then I see they built a tiny nest right above my garage. I don't wanna kill it considering it didn't sting me. What did you do?
Kill the wasps and destroy the nest. Wasps are absolute fucking cunts, and they're assholes. There were actually wasps trying to build a nest right outside my garage. I just got some insect killing spray. I sprayed the wasps, and I just I got like a wrench or something, and I whacked the little bit of nest they built. Yeah, wasps are fucking assholes.
I fucked your bitch. Bitch. She sucked my dick too. Bitch. You can't do shit about it, because you are a bitch. Bitch.
I know for a fact that didn't happen, but thanks for the donation, Axel. But as far as what I did today, I had to go to the store, get a special set of plastic bags for garbage collection. I then went to the other store, got a bit of groceries. I was taking the part of the gas tank off of my Ural sidecar so that I could get to the alternator, which I think might have a problem with it. I still haven't fixed my sidecar, so I'm just trying to see what the problem is. It seems like there's some sort of electrical issue, and right now I'm gonna just remove the alternator and see if it fixes the error code I keep getting. But thanks for the donation, Alan.
The funny thing about it all is that my co-worker comes from a family of undocumented immigrants, and I even told her that Trump hates your kind and dehumanizes your kind as terrorists, rapists, pedophiles, animals, etc., and wants to deport her family. LMFAO insane.
Yeah, there are crazy, wacko idiots who are either immigrants or undocumented immigrants who want Trump to get into office. I have no idea why. They're just nuts. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
I will be voting for RFK this fall. Time to break the power of the duopoly. Did you get your bike repaired?
It is not a good idea to vote for RFK. For one thing, even if he could actually win, he would be a terrible president. The guy is an insane wacko who's an anti-vaxxer. He's just stupid. The guy literally had brain worms that died in his head. His stance on foreign policies, so like Israel, Palestine, China, Russia, are just fucking terrible. He'd be an awful president. The guy's just a whack job. On top of that, it's going to come down to either Trump or Biden, and if you're voting for a third-party candidate like RFK, in all likelihood, you're going to increase the chances of Trump winning. So Biden needs all the votes he can get. If Trump wins, the results could be cataclysmic. But yeah, you should vote for Biden. And no, I haven't gotten my bike fixed yet. I'm gonna try contacting the dealer this week if I can't troubleshoot the problem myself, and I'll see what they suggest to try. And if I can't really work things out like over the phone, I'm gonna have to send the bike in to get repaired. I'm either gonna have to hire a tow truck to send it to the dealer or try to convince Jasmine to rent a U-Haul and drive the bike over to the dealer. She doesn't want to do it, but it's a lot fucking cheaper. Thanks for the donation, James.
What do you think of kids putting parents in nursing homes? Should kids take care of parents rest of life, or it will emotional toll for kids and stress?
You have no responsibility whatsoever to take care of your parents. Your parents are the ones that brought you in the world, and it's their decision to have you, so you don't have any responsibility to take care of your parents. If you want to put them in a nursing home, that's fine. Nursing homes are incredibly fucking expensive, by the way. I don't even think you have a responsibility to put them in a nursing home. If they go retarded and homeless, like, again, that's their fault for not financially planning and, you know, making sure that they have money saved up so they can pay for their own retirement and shit. So it's up to you. If you want to have your parents live in your house and be annoying, you can, then that's your choice. If you want to pay for their fucking nursing home, that's your choice. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Can we react to these ments? Also, big Lenny debate update.
Lenny still hasn't messaged me on Instagram. I'll try calling him again later, and we'll see if we can set something up. Thanks for the donation, Matthew, and we can watch this.
Time for a bit of the translator. A bit of our favorite YouTuber. A bit more of the translator.
Dan McDonald. Oh, this guy, the juicing retard. That translator guy, his videos are fucking unwatchable, dude.
Also, glad that you defeated your depression.
Yeah, I'm glad too. I can finally just enjoy my life. It's pretty fantastic. Thanks for the donation, James.
Don't forget, James, that you are voting for a fucking anti-Semite that believes that COVID-19 was designed to spare Jews and kill all the black and white people. Are you one James Wade?
Yep. StopAntisemitism.org. RFK Jr. branded Anti-Semite of the Week by Jewish Watchdog. Does not believe that COVID-19 was manufactured to target a specific ethnic group. He was only using that example to illustrate that such a thing is possible and should be prevented. That's a total lie. Yeah, he was fucking claiming that Jews fucking created the COVID-19 pandemic and designed the virus to target, like, white people. He's just insane. Thanks for the donation, though, Bend Over. The Only Path to $80. VG, do you like gluten-free pasta? Well, as long as the gluten-free pasta is made out of, like, chickpeas or red lentils, then sure, but I don't go out of my way to eat gluten-free products.
Are you looking for gluten-free pasta? Try Jovial's that is made with organic brown rice.
That's a weird person. Imagine the lucky people who get seated next to him. Oh yeah, Jesus Christ. Let me see. Alan donated $2. Let me see. Instagram.
Perhaps when she lifts the baby in much the same way as she was carried as a cub, something more maternal and compassionate ignites in her.
That's just a big kitty. Dude, if I ever, like, come across a baby mountain lion, I am keeping it. I'm keeping it, and I'm going to just feed it vegan cat food. And people can lose their shit all they want, but he will be mine, and I will keep a mountain lion, and he will be vegan. Thanks for the membership, Jack. Appreciate it.
But I feel like some people don't know that you can bring food on planes. Totally get it. Food through security. Glass container with burgers and cheese, strawberries, raw goat cheese.
Who the fuck mixes strawberries with meat in a container?
My dad became 100% disabled. Can't walk, barely use fingers and poops self multiple times in bed. I wiped his ass and cleaned him etc. He had to be sent to VA because too hard. My aunt complained. But ironically didn't come help. I felt guilty.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother feeling guilty about that. It is what it is. Like, are you really expected to care for a fucking grown adult for the rest of his life? Like, it's fucking retarded. And yeah, if your stupid dumb bitch aunt is complaining about it, then why the fuck doesn't she come to help? Like,
fucking nasty. Even worse without utensils.
Okay,
Culture.
I'll take a look at that in a minute, Will Mage. Thanks for the donation. Like, again, all these people will talk shit, but then they won't do anything to help. So, yeah, you did the right thing. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
All that can go on the plane, guys. You can totally travel with food. Bringing your food will make it so much easier when you're traveling. And you can bring coconuts. I have about 10 coconuts in there that I'm going to have to drink on this plane. I didn't bring any today. I don't have any.
How does, like, I'm still confused. How does he open the coconuts on an airplane? Does he have some, like, weird coconut opening tool? Two groups of penguins patch each other, stopping briefly to exchange information. Huh. Penguins are people too. That's funny. Dude, penguins are fucking amazing. I want to be friends with penguins. VG sent you a donut yesterday and it went through successfully, but you ended the stream just before you it came through on your side. Can you answer it? Let me see. One day ago.
VG, that was me. I was king. Lol BTW, what if I could name the trait? Animals have no value for money. Even for disabled people money can still be valuable, but for an animal money doesn't mean anything, besides resources you get from it. Am I wrong? Sorry.
If that's the trait, then that would make certain human beings, not protected by human rights. So if you're sufficiently mentally disabled, if you come from a culture that doesn't value money, so like the North Sentinelese, uncontacted tribes people, shit like that, then it would be okay to kill all those people. So it's not a particularly good trait. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley. Let me see. That bun didn't move. Oh my god.
And I say God bless you. The only thing you should say is thank you. I don't need to hear all of this. How did you get in my house? Why is my window broken? I'm calling the police. Ain't nobody got time for that. Be polite. If you...
True. Oh, gross. Yeah, I don't think I want to watch that. That is gross. Yeah, that is just gross. Thanks for that donation, Will Mage.
Right behind a big wall. He went from a Freda building.
Was that before or after you started jerking off in front of the girls?
After.
After.
But that was great.
It's
if I could go back in time. Well, it was pretty much sheltered, and we had girls at the time. They called it either freaks or jocks. Freaks like the, heavy metal music. The girls maybe like Bon Jovi or some shit like that. And the girl's mother worked on a weekend. She had invited like 20 girls over to her house. I was about 15. And I could never leave the house alone, but I told my mother I'm going to this person's house for a school project.
Vegan Gains, I was meaning a trait to take the eggs of chicken, for example, not kill them. What? Okay, you're gonna have to explain yourself better. I don't know what you mean, Riley.
Which it was, technically. And the guy sitting there, all of a sudden 20 girls in there, they're sucking on bananas. Show me their blowjob technique, and I'm sitting there, they said, let's see your dick. I was so fun. I was nervous, but there's some hot girls there. It was turning me on. I pulled my pants down and said, jacket. I was like going like this. 20 girls just sitting there staring at me. Oh my God. It's fucking great. Busted a nut like seven jolts. There's swimming in it.
That's hilarious.
And then
Did you bust a nut on any of them or yourself?
They screamed. A couple got on them. They were screaming, but it's probably some of the first times they've ever saw it live too.
What a fucking nightmare!
I remember the girl.
Watching a young Lenny.
She told me.
20 girls.
She told me if you tell anybody, they're going to cut my dick off. So then, the word got around.
I doubt 20 girls could keep anything quiet.
And there was where people used to skip class was behind the stairs. They actually smoked cigarettes in the stairwells. And I'd do it behind there. I'd skip class too and jerk off while girls watch me. Oh my God. A lot of fun.
That's hilarious.
I can honestly say I never knew anybody that did that.
Yeah, I was a go-to guy. A girl wanted to see it, I'd do it. That's it. Gladly.
Skip fifth hour. Big Lenny's jerking off under the stairs.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's
Brittany. Hey, whatever.
I remember one time when I was in gym class, it was, we were having gym class outside, and the like football field that we were doing gym class in, it was right next to it was right next to the public road, and there was a sidewalk, and there was some dude going by the sidewalk smoking cigarettes, and we were technically on school property. He was on public property, and one kid that I was right next to asked the guy for a cigarette, and then this idiot actually gave the kid a cigarette, and I told him, you realize it's a felony to offer a minor tobacco on school property. And then he literally like ran. Such an idiot.
I've gotten 0 side effects from any of the meds I've taken. I think my immaculate circulatory system protects me. Turns out avoiding saturated fat is good for something after all. Veganism FTW.
I've never gotten any like really major side effects from any of the meds I've been on, aside from one antipsychotic that made me super, super drowsy all the time, but that's it. Thanks for the donation though, Dreamsation.
This is very random, but I've seen some research suggesting that excessive sweating is associated with ADHD. I sweat like crazy, even since I was little. I saw a dermatologist and she prescribed me new meds.
I've never heard of that before. Let me see. ADHD, excessive sweating. Hyperhidrosis associated with higher anxiety, depression, and ADD. Ah. Weird. Didn't know that. Thanks for the donation, Dreamsation.
I read VA only offers plant-based options 3 times per week, and that's only some of them, not all. I know they can afford to make rice and beans for cheap. Lamau. I brought my dad a bag of Huel which he likes. I also convinced my dad's plants are healthier.
Well, at least there's that. Thanks for the donation, Jalen. I don't think you should feel bad for, sending your dad to, like, an old folks' home.
Let's go watch Leonard jerk
some
off.
of these girls...
Let's go watch that fat retard jerk off under the stairs.
You didn't have porn like that back then. You might have had a VHS tape you had to sneak, but for a girl, some of them wouldn't even blink their eye the whole...
Did you get Jake's message on your recent Sv3rige vid? Jake. Jake who? Because... Yeah, I don't know what you mean.
5 or 10 minutes, I do it. They wouldn't even blink.
So were the guys all jealous of you in school? Or I mean, obviously,
yeah, I told a few of them, and they couldn't believe it. They didn't have the balls to do it. They just didn't have the balls. They didn't want,
Yeah. They just stand around and watch you jerk. You didn't ask any of them to suck your dick or anything?
No.
Why not?
Or at least
stand. It's like, hey, come on, with this. Yeah.
I should have come to think of it, but at the time, hey, what do you know?
You're not lying either, are you?
I never lie.
All right, cool.
It's hey, whatever.
Whatever floats your boat, right?
That's what Boston Lloyd said. I think
you didn't get in any trouble, right?
No.
You never got caught doing that shit?
That's good.
Well, I got caught grabbing ass and stuff, and the principal, a lot of parents wanted to me to be put on charge of sexual assault. And they brought my father in with the superintendent because there's multiple girls that grabbed their ass. And you know what he told me? I'll never forget. He goes, if you want to do that shit, he goes, move to California. And I'm thinking, okay. So it's legal over there.
Man, it's pretty fucking funny.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, you'd have been kicked out of there to caught you.
My grandmother's
Works for free.
My tip number 1. Never take coffee from a nice guy. This is a proven fact. It reminds me of George Lehman, who is now a recovering alcoholic. I congratulate him to this, but the way he treated his girlfriends, threatening and showing his big steroid biceps, and that he could crush their heads. This is how the nice guys behave. And when they are talking with this soft, nice guy's voice, this is hypnotodification. Hypnotic. Be careful. Another thing. In 2010, when I was natural, banging around these insane weights with a shitty form. By the way, the form is shitty now too. Then talking about Tren, it's very complicated with a smile to maintain a relationship when you are on Tren. No shit, Sherlock.
Spurlock.
Okay,
Welcome.
My dad's VA is located by my job. If I bring him in a plant meal on way to work and they don't bring him tray, will this be impactful on less animals' rights being violated? I think he could turn vegan theoretically maybe. But VA must bring tray I think.
Yeah, so if your dad isn't eating any of the animal products that are being served, then I would say it would have an impact on the amount of animals that are being killed. I don't know why they wouldn't bring him the food that you give him, unless they're just asshole cunts. But thanks for the donation, Jalen. AVG, 3 months, baby, yeah, yeet, yote, makes me want to sing the Kirk Franklin, anywho, Trump's now a felon, am I right, crazy, how many of my family support him? Yeah, like, the charges they got him on aren't particularly serious, but, like, they tried to get him on the insurrection, and they did. It's just that the Supreme Court overruled it, because they're fucking biased.
This is the Jake that Chatter was talking about. The guy that runs this channel. He also runs another channel called Jake the Arsehole.
Oh, I don't know if I don't think I saw him comment on my video, but, I did see his community posts talking about me and the video I made. For all those who own dogs and cats and other pets, when was the last time you heard Goatis mention his 2 dogs? When was the last time the dog was on camera? Yeah, remember he and Belle got 2 dogs, and not long after that, Belle and the dogs disappeared from the camera's eye. And he never brings up Belle or the dogs in his videos, and they haven't been seen on camera in a long time. I didn't even know he supposedly had pet dogs. That's fucked. From what I've heard, apparently he is still with Belle. It's just that she's basically being held hostage. Apparently, she tried to reach out to Luna for help to, like, leave Sv3rige, and Sv3rige probably saw the communication, and now he, like, won't let her on camera, and he's, like, forcing her to stay indoors and stuff. So I don't know. It's pretty fucked up and weird. Hopefully hopefully Sv3rige just gets arrested. That guy is a fucking wacko.
In nature, if an animal has a problem with another animal, then that animal will simply hire a hitman to commit an acid attack against that animal. Out in nature, it is extremely natural to hire a hitman to do the dirty deeds that you do not wish to do. I, of course, prefer to hire hitmen with Bitcoin because it is extremely natural. Acid attacks occur quite frequently out in nature, and everyone knows that an acid attack causes extreme harm to the body. And this, of course, is the ultimate way to get revenge on somebody who says that your genitals are not big enough. Out in nature, if an animal was to say to another animal that their genitals are not big enough, then of course it would be completely acceptable to hire a hitman to commit an acid attack against that Luna demon. Excuse me, I mean animal. Whenever an animal out in nature has a problem with another animal, if they were to fight that animal, then they would risk getting injured, and therefore they would risk...
$2 donated, $2. Let me see. Intersectionality is about caring about multiple issues at once. No intersectionality is about caring about one issue at once, then turning the animal rights movement into that one arbitrary chosen one. Yep. That's basically what it is. Yeah, I'm glad Carnism Debunked is anti-SJW and hates these intersectionalist douchebags.
Did Sv3rige's kid also get burns by the acid or Molotov attacks like Luna?
So no. Luna was attacked with acid out on the street, so the kid was not, wasn't attacked. Apparently the kid also didn't get burned. The Molotov cocktail was thrown into the baby's room, but I don't think the baby was in the room.
What do you think are the stupid things to go to college for? What are your predictions when it comes to what degrees will pay off in the future? Engineers and trade jobs seem to be doing good. Most people in the retire at 30 movement are software devs.
With AI, it's very unpredictable what jobs are really going to be, like, good paying, long-term sort of jobs with good security. So right now, software engineering is really big. I don't know how AI is really going to impact that, though. It might put a lot of software engineers and developers out of jobs. Trade jobs are always a good guarantee. Like, there's no AI software that's going to be able to, you know, fix the electrical systems in a house or, change pipes out for plumbing. Anything that requires actual manual labor, that's going to be a safe bet in the long term. So any kind of trade job, you're pretty much guaranteed to be able to get work. So yeah, I would say either go into the STEM fields, go into software engineering, doctor, lawyer, stuff like that. Those are all good jobs. Most people aren't really smart enough to do that kind of job, or even if they are, just the working hours are kind of too much for people. But trade jobs are also like a guarantee. I don't know with AI, how long, things like software engineering is going to be a good cash cow. Thanks for the donation, though, Ack. And thanks for the donation, Mola.
What do you think of Doug Graham since we're speaking of natural? He said drinking water from a glass isn't natural and humans in nature can't fit water in cupped hands efficiently to consume a lot.
Doug Graham is a sociopath. He's also a complete fucktard. So I don't care if I don't care if people can't drink a lot of water with cupped hands. Drinking water is a good idea. So yeah. But thanks for the donation, Jalen. Grand Dam donated $2. Watch this.
Another day.
Fresh and Fit call their fans brokies for not donating, admit they might quit after losing millions. That's good to hear.
Eating a carnivore diet led to full resolution of...
Why I quit carnivore diet. All right, I'll check out those vids. Thanks for the donation, man.
I am assuming the chicken is happy and is oblivious and doesn't care if you take the egg, and lives a happy life, has no value for the money. What's the problem with it? Here's a natural vegan steak.
Service animals.
A natural vegan is not vegan, and she's a fucking idiot. Just monstrously fucking stupid.
Everyone knows the Trump conviction is a giant nothing burger. No one gives a fuck other than pussy-ass woke libtards who cry themselves to sleep every night. Hail Trump. 7 sexvigintillion 777 quinvigintillion 777.
I'm just gonna skip that. Well, that's great. You can go ahead and vote for Trump, you retard. Thanks for that donation, micro penis clit. So, even if an animal doesn't necessarily care if you take its eggs, let's say, the issue is whether or not you're exploiting the animal. So, if you're breeding chickens into existence for the purpose of using them to get eggs, that's unethical. If you were to, say, rescue chickens from, like, battery cages or something, and you were just keeping them on a animal sanctuary, or you're keeping them as pets for their benefit, and they're not eating some of their eggs, then I don't see an ethical issue with taking their eggs. But the issue is whether or not you're exploiting them. If you're exploiting them, then it's wrong whether they realize they're being exploited or not.
Bad news, VG, very bad news.
Let me take a look, Dodo.
And we will cut your taxes even further. That's what built our economy. I will make the Trump tax cuts permanent. You know, they expire in a year. And we will cut your taxes even more than that.
Well, Republicans in Congress are already getting to work on that very goal. In fact, they're preparing to work with Donald Trump to extend his 2017 tax cuts.
I think I read about this. Don't the tax cuts only benefit people making like $500,000 per year or more?
If he does, in fact, win the presidency again. And that would not only just hand more gifts to
Avi is live on Isaac's Discord right now. Okay, I'll check it out.
to the richest, wealthiest Americans, it would also serve as a disaster for our already ballooning national debt. Now,
Yeah, when Trump cut taxes the first time, it ballooned the national debt. Now he wants to do it even more. Let me see if he's actually live. Okay, it doesn't look like it. What's he up to right now?
You'll be the next vegan influencer. Congratulations. That's generally the way things work in various different industries. There's no reason to think it'll work differently here. So, yes, we do want to cautiously disincentivize people from spending millions of dollars on vegan influence or on their entire fucking life just doing this, when they could be doing other things that would actually have a far more tangible, improved outcome.
Yeah. I mean, that's like the same kind of thing that I would say. I think that we want to keep the social media space saturated. Like there's a certain amount of like attention out there for a given thing at any time, right? Like, YouTube channels on a given topic will kind of grow up to a certain sort of size at a given time. There's like amounts of attention out there for specific things. And I don't think we want to be like undersaturating that attention space. I think we want to like fill that up nicely with good quality vegans, and we don't want to discourage people from doing that. But yeah, granting that, because that's the concern. Like I agree that'd be a thing to worry about. But granting that, we still want to make the general point that you're probably better off doing this. And if your goal is to make as much impact as possible, there's a higher likelihood you're going to be able to do that on the path of just working, generating money, and donating a certain amount of it effectively.
Yeah.
You agree? I think you agree with all this stuff around saturation of the public space, yeah?
I know you want to keep a saturation of public space. It's just like, I just don't think that's really going to be compromised with cautious disincentivization.
No, definitely not. I'm not saying that. Yeah, definitely. No, the reason I mentioned it is because I could picture someone listening to what you're saying and just hearing a sentence like, we should, I'd prefer that guy who's got 40 subscribers, I'd rather he just be out there on the street. It's like, well, wait, what if we get it? Won't that make a world where no one's ever doing influencing? Or is it, yeah.
Right. I mean, and I think right now we're oversaturated with influencers. I don't think we're struggling to saturate space. I think there's no shortage of vegan influencers. They're just by and large untalented vegan influencers.
Well, it's interesting you say this because I don't know exactly how to think about oversaturation here. I'm not sure how to think about that, but I'm sure there's ways to measure that. But what I do notice is there's more vegans showing up recently, and you and I have talked about this, who are actually like good at philosophy and understand, they understand the underlying philosophy. They're good at arguing. And I actually want to see that. It's like we have this certain space that is vegan, and I want as much of that space as possible.
This isn't vegan outreach, though. That's not.
Well, it depends how.
That's not how I'm casting vegan outreach out. This is a fucking hobby. This is like a hobby that is intellectual hobby that has led to veganism, and then it's vegans who have this. It's a vegan community with certain interests. Like this is not like a community of a vegan cooking show.
What are you arguing against right now?
I'm arguing of this being a counterexample of like, well, we need to maintain this space, so it's like a reason to maintain vegan outreach or something.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, say we have this given space that is vegan influence space. I'm saying I want as much of that as possible to be filled with this kind of new kind of vegan who I'm seeing a lot of on like Discord or on TikTok and stuff. It's just a separate point. Yeah, no, that's not in favor of like, oh, we should, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because we want more of that. It's like to whatever degree we have a bunch of people out there influencing, we want them to have we want that kind of person who's like good with those things. Yeah, it's
no, to whatever degree we can.
Okay.
That Jake guy is also a crazy wacko nut job. Here's a clip of him with Andrew Callahan.
Everybody cough in my face.
Yeah, apparently he was a big Sv3rige supporter at one point too, so he's not exactly the smartest guy. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
Sorry VG, I'm just trying learn. I'm just meaning if the chicken is happy with you breeding them and exploiting them, what actually makes it wrong? Sorry, new to veganism and don't know the answers, and am confused. Thanks for all your help.
So, just because somebody might not realize they're being exploited and might actually enjoy the exploitation, that doesn't make it morally acceptable. Let's say you have somebody who's severely mentally disabled and you have sex with them, and when you have sex with them, they actually enjoy having sex, and they orgasm, and they want more of that sex. Does that make it ethical to basically rape somebody who can't give informed consent just because they enjoy the rape? That's the idea. I would say no, just because your victim enjoys it and doesn't realize they're being exploited or taken advantage of, that doesn't mean the exploitation is ethical. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
So even if Sv3rige's kids wasn't hurt, which I'm happy to know, Sv3rige must have known he's putting his son's life in danger by attacking him. Mom lean that, since kids his age are always around their single mom. I hope that's added to his crimes too.
Well, yeah, I don't think Sv3rige particularly cares about his kid. I think he cares more about getting revenge on Luna, so he doesn't have his kid's best interest at heart when he does anything. Thanks for the donation, though, Mola.
Face, do it! Somebody come cough in my face. Yes, cough directly in my face. Well, wait. No, wait, I never did put on hand sanitizer ever, and I don't ever wash my hands. Can you believe that? Believe it because it's true. In my opinion, we're looking at a seasonal flu and a bunch of fake death numbers. Go ahead, America, touch your face. Go out and have sex and don't worry about touching anything. Fucking touch anything and everything. It makes your immune system stronger. I used to be afraid of raw eggs and raw meat, and now I drink raw eggs and I eat raw meat, and I have been for years, and I'm fucking fine. Every conspiracy I've pretty much ever heard of is all pretty much true. 9/11 was an inside job. No one's ever walked on the moon.
Okay, yeah, this guy is just an unhinged lunatic. I don't know if he's walked back any of these, like, stupid beliefs, but I know this guy was a big Sv3rige fan. He may have just been smart enough to realize Sv3rige is a fraud, but he might still, like, eat raw meat and believe in these conspiracy theories. I'm not sure. Mr. Codename Mike donated $2 India Daily. Let me see.
My food, go ahead, wash your hand.
Oh my god. Well, this is why polio still exists in India, and that's why there's also a lot of salmonella outbreaks. That is just fucking crazy. Oh my god. The guy is cutting meat with his toe. Ugh. Yeah, fuck India.
Doors, sneak past guards, climb the wall. But if you don't take out that monkey, you ain't going nowhere. You want to get out of here? Get rid of that monkey. And unlock doors.
I actually really liked that Toy Story movie. It was good. You should do dis with your keyboard. Perfect. Let me see.
Can you check out this design I made? Corgi derp.
That does not look good, I gotta say. This one's alright, but, I do not understand what that is. Thanks for the donation, LSL. Protein donated $2. So what intake of protein in grams per pound is necessary for gains? You can get away with very low levels of protein intake and still build muscle mass, but the ideal amount of protein that you should be intaking is 0.75 grams of protein per pound of body weight. Do you remember what study it was and what it said about what most protein you can consume before it doesn't add any extra benefit? It was a meta-analysis that was co-authored by Alan Aragon. There's been a few meta-analyses that have all come to the same basic conclusion. Thanks for the donation, Protein. Okay.
We're already talking about slashing the corporate tax even more, if you could believe it. So not only are they going to extend the tax cuts, they might cut taxes even further for corporations. And we're going to get to the details on that. So stick around for those details.
My autoimmune condition, eczema, itchy rashes, and asthma that I'd had for my whole life. But after a year and a half, I quit the carnivore diet. In this video, I'm going to tell you why and talk about the pros and cons of eating carnivore. So from the outset, I want to say that a carnivore diet, eating only animal foods, meat, fish, chicken, eggs, animal fat, organs, salt plus minus. Some people eat coffee on this type of diet.
Are you still taking your meds after your shrooms trip? How do you deal with emotional bluntness from meds without telling people you're on depression medication? Karate higher. Be afraid.
So, I am still taking...
Dude, India is fucked. You can find people there who fully believe washing hands is Western propaganda. I've seen some videos of Indian cooks who pride themselves on being dirty. It's fucked.
That is pretty retarded. Again, that's why polio still exists in India, so... Thanks for the donation that I forgot my namification. I've never experienced emotional blunting on any of my antidepressant or antipsychotic meds. I've never had that side effect. I am still on an SSRI, and I am still taking an antipsychotic, but I haven't really been taking them consistently. Like, I might not take them for like 3-4 days, then I'll remember to take it again, and then I'll forget again for another few days. I actually just ran out of my prescription, and I haven't refilled it, so... I felt fine not taking them. Jasmine wants me to keep taking them. I might. I don't know. Like, I feel fine right now not being on them, so if I can not be on them and feel fine, I don't know, it might be a better idea just not to take it. Thanks for the donation, though.
Science. I would like to show you.
Is there any efficacy to nitric oxide supplements for helping with increased circulation and increased pumps? What about with citrulline? Also, does L-carnitine help with burning fat? Lastly, any Frank Gaetano content tonight? Someone did me this on my IG. Like they the and IG post is true. Thoughts? Maybe also an insult as a response back to them too. Lol.
Okay, I'll take a look at this in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Muhammad is pedo. So there are supplements that do help improve nitric oxide levels in the blood. L-citrulline does seem to have benefits when it comes to like increased blood flow. You need to take a very high dose, however, and it's very expensive. So you would probably get a greater benefit and also not have to spend as much money if you were to just take tadalafil, brand name being Cialis. That medication basically has the same effect. Arginine doesn't do anything. Arginine is a bullshit supplement that doesn't do fuck all. So if you're going to take one of these supplements for improved blood flow, increasing nitric oxide, L-citrulline is probably the best one. Tadalafil also works. I don't know of any others, but yeah, arginine is a waste of time. Arginine doesn't do anything. It's basically just a scam. Does L-carnitine help with burning fat? I've seen some studies show that like an L-carnitine group loses more fat. I don't know. Like, what's ultimately going to result in fat loss is you being in a caloric deficit. So I don't think L-carnitine is really going to be the end-all be-all to fat loss. Like, if you supplement it, it's not like going to be a night and day difference. You can try supplementing with it, but I don't think you're going to actually be able to see a difference. There's probably, I think there's other benefits to supplementing with L-carnitine than fat loss, but I don't think you're going to notice a night and day difference. Thanks for the donation, Spitting Vagina Prolapse. Palestinian death toll has been stuck at 45,000 recognizable bodies for weeks now due to the bodies that are burned, decapitated, maimed, and decomposing beyond recognition, as well as those still missing under the rubble. The real confirmed death toll is now over 200,000. Isn't the population of Gaza like 200,000? Or no, it's 590. So he's saying nearly, yeah, like 1/3 of the population is killed. What a fucking idiot. No. 1/3 of the Gazan population has not been killed. If 200,000 people actually died, Hamas would be telling everybody that 200,000 people have died. This is idiotic. 200,000. Where is he getting that number from?
Use something that's a little different, a little more arcane. I will be extending an invisible energy field that we call the ki through their body, through their central nervous system, causing them to lose power and for a moment not to be able to recover. If you hit someone hard enough with ki, which I will certainly not do today, you can stop the heartbeat. This has rarely been seen outside of the Orient. These are competition black belts. These are people who can receive a full roundhouse kick and not flinch. So they're going to come at me and I'm just going to project a wave of energy out of my body to disable them. Okay, come at me. Come. Say! One more time. Come at me. Come. Say! For a moment, a wave of energy sweeps through their body and they don't know where they are, what world they're in, what dimension they're in. At that moment, of course, you can dislocate them all. Martial arts.
I don't know how anybody falls for that stupid horseshit. Well, that was it. She's pretty hot.
Is an incredibly powerful way of eating. It's an elimination diet, and it's helped so many people, including myself, reverse autoimmune diseases, get to the bottom of which foods are triggering their gut issues. It's helped a lot of people lose weight and feel massively better overall. I mean, I am such a fan of the carnivore diet that I wrote a book about it in 2019, which is still something that I'm proud of, and I still agree with many of the ideas talked about in that book. But if you are eating a carnivore diet...
Well, yeah, it's been proven that Hamas is not keeping accurate mortality statistics, and they're deliberately undercounting adult male deaths.
Jesse Lee Peterson. Savage moments. Pretty funny. Also, just out of curiosity, how much money is in your bank account?
I have hundreds of dollars in my bank account. I am loaded. Thanks for the donation, Tranny.
And by the way, happy White History Month for those who...
Look up Tracy Cortez. She's a UFC fighter. Yeah, she's pretty cute. She's cute. There's that one Chinese chick who is in the UFC who is really cute. What was her name? Yeah, her. I think that's her. No, maybe it was someone else. Can't remember. Yeah, there are some cute girls in the UFC.
You don't know? July is white.
Zhang Wei. Actually, she's not that cute. Kind of kind of butch lesbianish, but I'd still fuck her ass. She has a tight butt, who cares?
History Month. I started this month because white people are not recognized and appreciated. And if it wasn't for white Americans, there would be no America. All right. And all these POCs, people of color, who are coming here, who are already here, and you're angry at the white people. If it wasn't for them, you'd be stuck in your asshole countries. From this point forward, July is White History Month. All right. Tell everybody and their mama about it as well.
I don't know where you got your schooling at, but your vocabulary is horrible.
I know. Isn't that a
it's
mess?
Horrible.
A mess.
I don't understand
it's
how
a mess.
They put you on television. All the white guys behind them. You need to take lessons from these guys.
Okay, I will. But that's good advice. It's so amazing to me, too, that I run a national organization for 28 years that I founded. I write books up and down the coast. I give public speeches around the country and been invited to do it around the world. I do a radio and a national TV show. I can barely speak English. I have a cleft lip and all that, so my palate, it's a mess. It's all from God. I don't understand it either.
How did you get that job is my point.
God.
I had no idea that Sv3rige was on that type of time. I can't think of many people worse than him. Child predators maybe? Regardless, at the very least he deserves a shotgun blast to the face. At the very least.
Well, Sv3rige seems to be a child predator. He promotes pedophilia, he promotes child rape, so he is a child predator. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
I'm older than you, Jesse. I'm 71 years old. I'm older than you, and I live a I'm retired, and I live better than you.
And you're still angry, insecure,
no, I'm not
emotional.
Angry. I just want you to know, how did you get a job and you can't, your vocabulary is horrible.
But it's not so bad that it didn't get your attention and made you call in.
I don't understand how people listen, can hear you, man, can understand you.
The same way you are. You should be grateful.
I love golf so much. What an awesome sport. Never watched so much golf in my life.
Par 3, it's about 100 yards. Ooh, 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 do it. It was so in line.
She has nice titties, but she is a little bit lacking in the booty area. Nice camel toe, though.
With the pin,
Yeah, she's got flat white girl butt syndrome.
All right, putter in hand. Let's go. Man, these greens have been through it. There's just like thousands of ball marks. Right to left. A lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, this is why squats were invented.
That was so fast. My putting has been so bad. Okay. Okay. Saving par. Should have been a birdie. Anyone want to give me a putting lesson?
Yeah, that is a nice camel toe. Thanks for the donation, gay faggot nigga.
That white people founded and created the greatest country on this side of heaven so that you would not be stuck in Africa or somewhere.
Well, so I wouldn't be stuck in Africa.
Yeah.
Well, then, you know what? you can conclude yourself in that, Jesse.
Well, I am grateful. That's why I started and founded White History Month, because I'm grateful.
Well,
Are you grateful?
White folks didn't start it.
No, I started it.
Is anal sodomy? Are you a sodomite, bitchadurgis?
Oh yeah, I'm a big fan of sodomy. Butt sex is great. Thanks for the donation, Sol Ramirez. Mike donated $2. What about Michelle Watterson? Let me see. Who's Michelle Watterson? Yeah, she's cute, for sure. Yeah, she cute. Let's take a look at some of her fights.
This, our main event of the evening. Sponsor Bruce Buffer. Sir Andy Foster. Our referee for those in the world. All weight McCurdy in Mexico. 16 pounds. McCarthy, are you ready? You know, here we go. Tonight's Fight Clock, sponsored by America's Navy. Around the world, around the clock. America's Navy. Learn more at Navy.com. Watterson in the white top, the black trunks, southpaw stance, blue trunks, blue. She wants to make a run at the top of the UFC strawweight. With dirty boxing and put you down. She eats a right hand as she closes the distance there. Paige goes for a head and arm throw, gives up her back doing so. That's a technique Michelle spent a lot of time in training camp looking to defend. Something Paige been able to execute in several of her fights. Good leads the body so far from Van Zandt. That spot, that was a gorgeous head and arm throw set up perfect. Sure she keeps the body. Paige has got her right hand. Paige and look, wow. The body lock makes this excruciating. She's out.
Nice.
Why aren't you fit to be a father?
I believe that I'm a little bit too selfish to be a father.
Oh, so you're a beta male, huh?
A beta male, huh?
Yeah.
Is that what you think?
That was a question.
Oh, a beta male? That's that's.
Are you a beta male?
Like when you're cooning for the white man, does it really feel like you're like actually?
Whenever I see and hear golfing, like that female golfer shown earlier in this stream reminds me of these based takes from George Carlin.
I know we can build housing for the homeless. Golf courses.
Land that is currently being wasted on a meaningless, mindless activity engaged in primarily by white.
People like Sparge who promote pedophile should not even be allowed to procreate.
Well, yeah, he shouldn't be. That guy should have been put in jail a long fucking time ago. He's gotten more and more insane and unhinged. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Well-to-do male businessmen who use the game to get together to make deals to carve this country up a little finer among themselves. Golf is an arrogant, elitist game, and it takes up entirely too much fucking room in this country.
These guys are lucky nobody will try and assassinate them by mistake.
Yeah, that is definitely a liability. Thanks for that donation, Mr. Ago.
17,000 golf courses in America. They average over 150 acres apiece. That's 3 million plus acres. 4,820 square miles. You could build 2 Rhode Islands and a Delaware for the homeless on the land currently being wasted on this meaningless, mindless, arrogant, elitist, racist. There's another thing. The only blacks you'll find in country clubs are carrying trays, and a boring game. Boring game for boring people. You ever watch golf on television? It's like watching flies fuck. A ball with a crooked stick.
Golf is pretty boring. Gotta give him that. Thanks for that donation, Ben.
Making any sort of statement?
You said cooning for the white man?
Yes.
Are
Yes,
you
sir.
are you white or black?
I'm a white man. You definitely blame,
Great night, donate tellers. Check out the captions. Mark Jacob just went for free today. Bullying is the use of force, coercion, hurtful teasing, or threat to abuse, aggressively dominate, or intimidate. The behavior is often repeated and habitual. One essential prerequisite is the perception.
Don't alpha and beta males not apply to humans but only to wolves?
The whole concept of alpha and beta in wolves was debunked. The person who created that concept later disavowed his own research because it was only based on wolves in captivity. In the wild, wolves just follow their parents. So the whole concept of alpha and beta is just bullshit. Thanks for that donation, Jalen. One essential prerequisite is the perception by the bullier, by others, of an imbalance of physical or social power. This imbalance distinguishes bullying from conflict. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. First Amendment rights. What I cannot sit back and watch are the unjust and hostile verbal, mental, physical attacks on the innocent people who I work with at Mark Jacobs. It pains me to give into bullies. I'd given into bullies my whole life, blah, blah, blah. Mark Jacobs has not used fur since 2018. Chose to work in upcycled fur when I collaborated with another brand. Mark Jacobs does not work in, use, or sell fur, nor will we in the future. Okay, you're gay.
black people for pretty much everything that's wrong with them, but you ignore all the systemic problems that do clearly exist with police brutality and things of that nature.
There is no police brutality. Because your father is Satan, all you're doing, and then your
father is Satan.
And your lack of respect for black people, all you're doing is helping them stay in their hellhole by making excuses for them, because you know secretly in your heart, you know that you want them in that condition so that you can feel sorry for them, you can use them and all that, because you don't love black people. If you loved black people, you would not make up excuses for them. You would be honest with them in hopes that they will overcome. You don't love black people. You're a hypocrite.
No, sir. You just said that my father was Satan.
Yes.
Do you understand how disrespectful that is?
No, it's true.
I've been very respectful to you.
And you said that I was
Satan is
cooning.
not my father.
When you said that I was cooning for the white man, was that respecting me?
Well, you are. I mean,
So are you
that's
respecting me when you say that?
Oh, well, you know, I have no.
And that's you. Aggressive Army and host of the Benjamin Dixon Show. And I want to talk to Benjamin about President Trump, the fallen Messiah, Barack Obama, how he failed this country so desperately. Your first of all, your impression of the Great White Hope. This is the first year of him being elected. How would you rate him on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being best?
10 being the best. I mean, for your audience, I'm sure your audience is going to.
Yo-Yo Vegan Donate Tellers, check out Polly Vanna Vianney or Poyana Vienna. She's looks like she's got some breast implants. Yeah, she's cute though.
Do your friends ever feel weirded out to be friends with a monkey? Or are they just chill like that?
No, none of my friends really bring up the fact that I'm a monkey. Thanks for the donation, least racist VG chatter. Yeah, she's definitely cute. Ariana Lipsky. Yeah, she cute. And Valerie Florida. Yeah, she cute too. Nice butt. Yeah, they're pretty hot. Thanks for that donation, Yo-Yo Vegan.
I say that Donald Trump is a 15, right? But in reality, in every measurable sense, he's a 1, a negative. If we could give a negative rating, he's going to go down as the worst president in the history of this country and the most incompetent and the most laughable president that we've ever had. He's an embarrassment. He's a stain.
You know, I didn't ask you about Obama. I'm talking about. I'm talking.
You're talking about your great white hope,
right.
your great white messiah of Donald Trump.
Right. You
right.
gave me.
Because Jesse, because how do you
gave me Obama? I didn't ask about Obama.
You're a man of God, right? You're Reverend Jesse Lee, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So how can you honestly sit here and say to your audience with a straight face that you think Donald Trump is a great president? He's an embarrassment. How do you look at what he does?
An embarrassment?
Reagan's donated tellers, such tards, these people. Let me see. Oh, are these pro-Palestinian protesters?
No, non lo picchiare, dai. Non lo picchiare. Fatelo passare, Giorgi, fallo passare, dai.
Oh!
These people are fucking idiots. Just monstrously stupid.
Fucking
idiots, dude.
He's an He has a speaking ability of, I mean, just he can't string together a coherent sentence to save his life, right? So he's
Benjamin,
yeah.
calm down.
How
Number one,
you asked me a question and I'm answering.
How is he an embarrassment?
How is he? The better question would be, how is he not?
No.
Embarrassment?
How is he an embarrassment?
Not an embarrassment?
That's not an answer.
Look at how he. Okay, let's go. How much time do I have to give the specific
Give me a
answer?
quick answer as to how is he an embarrassment? What has he done to embarrass the country?
He is an embarrassment on domestic policy.
In what way?
In every sense of the way.
No, that's not an answer.
It's
in
like
what
asking,
way?
how's he? Okay, I'm going to do it from your perspective. How is he not an embarrassment when he couldn't even he has the House, he has the Senate, and he has the White House. He can't even repeal Obamacare that you guys have been trying to do for the last 8 years. That should be an embarrassment to you. It's an embarrassment that he's trying to repeal and get 30 million people off of health care. That should be an embarrassment.
You're not answering the question.
Your goal, I'm answering your question. He should be an embarrassment to you. Here's number two. Why he should be an embarrassment to you? Number two is because he can't get tax breaks through. This is like the crown jewel of Republicanism, and Republicans are coming out and.
Yeah, that's not true. He did. He did get tax cuts.
Or a ketogenic diet and you are thriving, this video is not meant to change your mind. If anything, this video is meant to be a high five, keep doing what you're doing, keep thriving, and I'm glad that you found a way of eating that works for you. But I know that, like myself, there are a lot of people who eat carnivore or ketogenic diets and they run into issues. The point of this video is to offer those of you that might be doing carnivore or keto and struggling maybe with some of the same things that I struggled with, another way or other ways of thinking about diet to help you get back on track for health. Again, this video is not to knock carnivore, it's not to knock keto, it's not to tell you to stop eating that way. If you're thriving, keep doing it. This is what I keep saying in my social media content over and over. If you're thriving, don't change anything about your diet. But if you're not, whether you're having sleep issues or muscle cramps or low libido or weight loss plateau or any of these things, it's time to question your nutritional assumptions, and there are other ways of thinking about diets. So what happened with me? After about a year to a year and a half of a carnivore diet, I began to notice issues. Probably in my case, arising due to electrolyte insufficiency, connected with consistently very low insulin because I wasn't.
I swear VG be having the most boring streams. They're so bad sometimes that my brain will just glitch out like hoopy doopy and heepity hoppity bippity boppity jayan writer half a famaki jakarta yivivivi evivisks tentacoon coon swoon llllllllll.
Yeah, okay, well, thanks for that, jackass.
Have you played Lies of P yet? I just finished Ghost of Tsushima and man was it a drag. Such a boring overrated game. Lies of P is god tier in comparison.
Have not played Lies of P yet. Ghost of Tsushima is absolute fucking dog shit. It's fucking terrible. Yeah, even on Steam it's been getting good reviews. Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima is just fucking garbage. Incredibly overrated game, somewhat pretty, but really much doesn't do anything. That was an Assassin's Creed literally a decade ago. Bad voice acting, bad facial capture, graphics were underwhelming. We'll probably get in a year for $20 because I was a fan of the old AC games, and this isn't worth much more than that in 2024. Yeah, it felt like it was a game made like over a decade ago. The mission, like the main story missions were fucking awful. Most of the combat also just felt really jank and slow and stupid. It was just a bad game.
This just shows that good reviews mean nothing anymore.
Yeah, it does. It does. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. The fuck? People only hyped up Ghost of Tsushima because they wanted Last of Us to lose Game of the Year. I get a sense that people actually genuinely enjoyed Ghost of Tsushima, and it was just fucking awful. It's a terrible game. Have they made any good Ghost of Tsushima mods yet? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima
wasn't really eating any carbohydrates, and the protein I was eating probably wasn't as insulinogenic as it needed to be. This led to muscle cramps, I had problems with sleep, I had heart palpitations, fluttering of my heart. I had something called hypnagogic jerks, where I would fall asleep but jerk myself awake like I was falling multiple times. That was very stressful and very traumatic. It led to very poor sleep for a little while. That eventually was possibly remedied by magnesium IVs, but the reason I got low in magnesium in the first place was probably due to a ketogenic diet in my case. I had declining lab values that were important to me, specifically lower total testosterone, higher sex hormone binding globulin, which leads to a lower free testosterone, and a lower free testosterone index. And I had the sense that I was cold, or a little bit cold all the time. And when I looked at my labs, my thyroid levels, specifically my total T3 and free T3, were not ideal. In my case, after a year to a year and a half on a ketogenic carnivore diet of only meat, organs, and fat and salt, I began to have some issues, and I started to think about what I could do to remedy those issues. I'll talk about what I think all of these were connected with in this video, but ultimately, the solution for me was adding back carbohydrates. If any of you have followed my story in the past, you know where this goes. I've since transitioned to something that I think of as an animal-based diet, where I still eat meat and organs, animal fat and salt, but I get carbohydrates from things like fruit, honey, and raw dairy. And I'll talk about my decisions or why I choose those as my carbohydrate sources later in this video. Now, interestingly, as you can imagine, when I added fruit to my diet and honey to my diet, the carnivore community was a little bit shaken by this, a little bit traumatized, and there were many in the carnivore community, and continue to be those in the carnivore community, suggesting that I did the carnivore diet wrong. Does this sound familiar? This is a lot of times what happens in vegan circles when people leave veganism, and then the vegans that are still doing a vegan diet accuse them of doing a vegan diet wrong. People said that I ate too many organs, and that was the reason that I didn't do well on a carnivore diet. Well, I eat the same amount of organs now with carbohydrates, and I feel much better. So I don't think that was the problem. I suppose people have proposed all sorts of other convoluted reasons why a carnivore diet didn't work for me, and as I said in the beginning of the video, I know a carnivore diet works for a lot of people.
I'll fuck you up.
No, I don't think you will. You're too much of a pussy. Thanks for the donation, Axel.
But I think there are a lot of us out there also that strictly eating meat or eating meat and organs doesn't really cut it long term, because I think that for most people...
Do you know Assassin the YouTuber? No, I don't.
Carbohydrates are a valuable part of human physiology, and I'll talk about why. As I mentioned earlier, I think one of the main things that went wrong with me was not having enough carbohydrates. And though insulin, a peptide hormone, gets demonized, I think insulin is actually our friend. And I'll talk about why. Since going through all of this on a carnivore diet and beginning to wonder why things went kind of off track for me, especially in terms of my electrolytes, I've since learned that insulin has a crucial role in signaling at the kidney to hold on to electrolytes, specifically sodium, but connected with sodium, insulin is going to affect the resorption, the way your body reabsorbs and holds on to all sorts of electrolytes, all sorts of minerals, sodium, potassium, chloride, magnesium, and others. And this is essential for optimal human health. This is why I think so many people on ketogenic diets end up having to increase their salt to massive levels, because they're not having enough insulin signaling at the level of the kidney. All of this is fixable with carbohydrates in the diet. As you can see from this study, insulin's impact on renal sodium transport and blood pressure at the level of the kidneys that help our body hold on to these minerals. And I want to make it clear that I do not believe that insulin-induced insulin resistance is the reason that some of you may have obesity or diabetes. Insulin-induced insulin resistance, this idea that eating too many carbohydrates leads to insulin resistance in humans, this has really never been shown in real human clinical data.
You know what's fucking garbage? That shitty-ass Resident Evil 4 game. Shit is so fucking long and everybody drools all over it just like you do, you fucking retard. You talk a big game about fighting but you still haven't fought Kenny KO yet, faggot.
Yeah, so I was planning on fighting Kenny KO, but then there's the pandemic, and then after that I broke my elbow, so it kind of fell through. RE4 is great. Both the original and the remake are great. The remake is absolutely a superior game. I think it has much better pacing, and I think especially the later half of the game, once you're in the castle, the pacing is much better, and the enemies, like the bugs, were much less annoying. But thanks for the donation. My name is Bitchard.
There are other mechanisms at play at the level of mitochondria. If you don't believe me that carbohydrates are benign for humans, things like glucose or fructose or galactose, consider the fact that the human body makes glucose. And if you don't eat it, your body will make it. That is how essential it is to your physiology. If you fear fructose, I will share a short amount of information in this video to corroborate the assertion that fructose is not harmful for humans, specifically when it is consumed in natural form, quote unquote, in things like fruit and honey, where it always occurs with glucose and it is in a food matrix. Fructose consumed in that way looks very different in human physiology than free fructose, isolated fructose, or processed fructose, that is high fructose corn syrup. I believe that the majority, the vast...
I ain't short. I ain't short. 5'6" ain't short. I ain't short. I ain't ain't short. I ain't short. 5'6" ain't short. Hort. 5'6" ain't short. I aimed short. I aimed short. 5-6 ain't short. I aimed short. I aimed short. 5-6 ain't short. I aimed short. I aim.
5'6" for a man is definitely short. Thanks for the donation though, Bungus. Fuck Jordy, donated $2. Let me see. What the fuck was I talking about? Fucking
Fuck you. Fuck me.
Nice.
Also, what is this fuck or die shit? Why is that on a sting? Oh,
How the fuck did I wishlist that?
probably pause this. Will you wake the girl up and look for a way out to get her, or maybe she's better off asleep? Fuck or die. What the fuck? Drew Gamer sent? Oh god.
I don't think... I can't remember wishlisting that. VR hentai lesbian sex?
Lesbian sex.
I think I wishlisted that.
What the fuck? How is this shit allowed on Steam? Holy crap.
Oh yeah,
did.
orc massage.
The fuck or die one isn't even really pornographic.
It's pretty much saying you can rape.
Does it? I thought it was just a weird puzzle game.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you thought.
I heard it from somebody else. It was like a weird puzzle game.
Hentai lesbian.
Yeah, well, obviously I'm gonna wishlist that. Okay. Listing it.
Yeah, that was funny. Let's see. Ed Enigma donated $2. Challenge you to a thumb war. I don't think so. Thanks for the donation though, Ed Enigma. Omni Vegan donated $2. You ever worry about the toll bodybuilding might have on your back 10 plus years from now? No. The only data that exists on weight training and back health shows that weight training is positive. Huge props for being able to do that type of shit. Takes a lot of willpower to push through injuries and not spiral, I imagine. Keep up the good work. Well, thanks for that donation, Omni Vegan.
I aimed short. 5-6 ain't short. 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 I aimed short. 5-6 ain't short.
5'6" is short for a man. Thanks for the donation, Bungus.
Majority of fructose hate, fructose fearing is based around animal studies in rats and mice, which we know have different physiology. Rats and mice do much more de novo lipogenesis with fructose than humans do, significantly more, meaning they make fructose into triglycerides and fat to a significantly greater extent than humans do. So that physiology in rats and mice is very different than our physiology and is not translated to humans, or those assertions around fructose are based on high fructose corn syrup, processed sugars, or they are looking at animal models where fructose is overfed in isolation without glucose to animals, leading to fructose malabsorption, and that leads to lipopolysaccharide, and therein lies the problem in animal models very clearly. But I want to clearly state that eating carbohydrates, especially in the form of fruit and honey, is not what caused your diabetes, and it is possible to eat moderate amounts of those while you have diabetes and obesity and become healthier. I'll talk about that at the end of this video as well. So I want to spend a few minutes talking about why I don't think ketogenic diets are ideal for humans. High level, there is evidence in humans that ketogenic diets, that is limitation of carbohydrates, leads to increased stress hormones, that is cortisol, epinephrine, also known as adrenaline, and glucagon. Now, the cortisol and epinephrine may attenuate long-term, but glucagon is always going to be elevated when you are.
Thoughts on Zelen Zay knocking out Deontay Wilder? Is he that old Chinese boxer? Not sure if I know who that is. Have you seen the Renaissance periodization as being roasting Liver King? Yeah, I've seen that.
Are low carb or limiting your carbohydrates, and glucagon is clearly a stress hormone in humans. There are multiple studies showing that adding carbohydrates to athletes or to humans that are not doing intense exercise improves all sorts of metrics, improves cortisol metrics, improves recovery from exercise, or improves thyroid hormones, this sort of essential thermostat that your body has that tells your body where the metabolic rate should be. And guess what? If you want to stay lean, if you want to be healthy and have energy and feel good and have libido, or if you want to lose weight, you want your body's metabolism to work well, you want your thyroid.
Name your top 5 black people or you're racist. Nigger.
I don't know. There's a bunch of black people that are cool. Thanks for the donation, Bungus.
To be moving your body's thermostat to the highest level possible at all times. So consider some of these downsides of ketogenic diets. Here's a paper, a short-term ketogenic diet impairs markers of bone health. Markers of bone remodeling were impaired after short-term low-carb, high-fat diet. Changes in the thyroid hormonal status in patients receiving ketogenic diet due to intractable epilepsy. Here's another study showing that the thyroid hormones are negatively affected by ketogenic diets. This is done in children. This is done in patients receiving a ketogenic diet due to epilepsy. The conclusions of the ketogenic diet cause thyroid malfunction, and L-thyroxine may be required. This is the first report documenting the effect of a ketogenic diet on thyroid function. Thyroid function should be monitored regularly in epileptic patients treated with a ketogenic diet. I would go so far as to...
I ain't short. 5'6" ain't short. 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 Saying it enough means I ain't.
No, you are short. Thanks for the donation, Bungus. At what point do you look at all the diversity in Disney and go, for fuck's sakes, we get it, as partially white man does it affect you? I could not give two shits.
To say that anyone doing a ketogenic diet, even if that diet is working for you, should have regular checks of TSH, T4, T3, free T3, free T4, and reverse T3. I have very rarely seen optimal levels, especially of total T3 and free T3, in people doing long-term ketogenic diets, which I think is a real clear signal that our bodies thrive with carbohydrates and see carbohydrates as a signal of abundance. You want your thyroid to work well. We know that when your thyroid is not working optimally, there are increased rates of all sorts of things, especially cardiovascular disease. What about cortisol? Cortisol is very clearly a stress hormone that is absolutely induced when you limit carbohydrates in humans. There are studies like this one, dietary macronutrient content alters cortisol metabolism independently of body weight changes in obese men. As you can see in the...
So yeah, this is well known. This is why low-carb diets lower your testosterone, because of increased cortisol levels.
Conclusions, a low-carbohydrate diet alters cortisol metabolism independently of weight loss. In obese men, this enhances cortisol regeneration by 11-beta-hydroxysteroid dehydrogenase 1 and reduces cortisol inactivation by A-ring reductases in liver. The authors of this study found that in obese men who were doing low-carbohydrate diets, that is 4% carbohydrates, for 4 weeks, levels of cortisol were increased due to reduced inactivation and increased regeneration by an enzyme specifically known as 11-beta-hydroxysteroid dehydrogenase 1. The name of that enzyme isn't important. What is important is the idea that on low-carbohydrate diets, more cortisol remains in your body, at least for 4-week trials like this one, because of increased regeneration and decreased deactivation of cortisol. That is not a good thing for humans long-term. Excess cortisol leads to all sorts of issues in humans. You do not want your cortisol levels to be higher. Obviously, there are some physiologic utilities to cortisol, specifically a cortisol awakening response first thing in the morning that helps wake you up, but consistently elevated cortisol levels due to stresses induced in the body by limitation of carbohydrates is probably not a good thing for many humans. Returning to the idea of thyroid, specifically, here's another study showing that in 6 healthy males with 11 days of 3 diets, all having the same amount of calories and differing amounts of carbohydrates, specifically 85, 44, and 2% carbohydrates. So in this study, there were healthy males who had 11 days of 3 different diets based on their carbohydrate levels, 85% as carbohydrates, 44% as carbohydrates, and 2% as carbohydrates. And what they found was that all of these diets were isocaloric, but in the lowest level of carbohydrates, what they found was in the men who had levels of carbohydrates at 2% in their diet, there was increased protein catabolism, that is increased breakdown of protein, and lowering...
Look at my PFP in chat. Would you let us suck you dry from the back if given the chance? What do you think?
No, I think I'd pass. Thanks for the donation, Bungus.
Of the hormone T3. So very clear in this study that low carbohydrate diets increased protein catabolism and lowered thyroid hormones like T3. It's also been noted repeatedly in exercise studies in men that giving carbohydrates improves free testosterone and decreases cortisol after intensive exercise training. Here's a study showing an example of that. And in those who are exercising or doing intense exercise of any kind, carbohydrate clearly improves the attenuation of the immune system after those exercises, as you can see here in this study very clearly. The authors say consuming carbohydrate, but not glutamine or other amino acids during exercise attenuates the rise in stress hormones, meaning that the stress hormones went up less, such as cortisol, and appears to limit the degree of exercise-induced immunosuppression, at least for non-fatigued.
Dodo donated $2. Do you prefer Hannah Montana or That's So Raven? I've never seen either show, and I can't say if I have a preference either way. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Fatiguing bouts of exercise. So I think it's pretty clear that when it comes to ketogenic diets and exercise performance, there's a benefit to having carbohydrates. When it comes to ketogenic diets and thyroid hormone status, there's a benefit to having carbohydrates. When it comes to ketogenic diets and electrolyte levels, there's a benefit to having carbohydrates in your diet. And when it comes to ketogenic diets and sex hormones like testosterone or free testosterone index, there is a benefit to having carbohydrates in your diet. In my experiment, fruit and honey seem to have been the best carbohydrates for me, along with lactose in raw milk. I've done previous videos on why I don't think fruit is harmful for humans. I've done previous videos on honey, and I've done previous videos on raw dairy, but I will summarize all of my thoughts there. Briefly, I want to mention that I've also done videos on why I'm not a fan of grains, specifically things like oatmeal or quinoa, which contain saponins, which contain phytic acid, which are not degraded to any significant extent with cooking. Specifically in oatmeal, many people's favorite source of carbohydrates, you would need to soak that oatmeal for 3 to 4 days at room temperature or higher.
I ain't short. 5'6" ain't short. 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 I ain't short. 5'6" ain't short.
5'6" is short. Thanks for the donation, though, Bungus.
In room temperature, then soak it for another 24 hours in a pH solution of 4 to 5, and then boil it or pressure cook it to have the majority of the phytic acid reduced. There are rigorous protocols that must be followed to reduce any significant amount of the phytic acid in oatmeal. Again, I've done whole videos on oatmeal if you're interested in phytic acid in oatmeal. But I think that in general, grains are not a great source of carbohydrates for humans. As always, if you eat grains and you seem to do well with them, maybe not a big deal. But if you are not thriving, if you are having issues, for a lot of people, cutting grains.
Yeah, so Paul's just a fucking idiot, but...
Yeah, another fresh and fit L.
Again! By the way, if you're a brokey in the chat, I'll call you a brokey just because you don't want to support. That's understandable. What I will say, though, is like when you see the value in the Castle Club, you're like, damn, you know what?
Yeah.
I need to be a part of that.
Your motivation pushed me to start and grow my business. I appreciate you guys. That's what we're talking about, bro. No brokey. Shout out to you, C. Avery. Notice how the guys that make money don't complain about the Castle Club is the important.
Calling your fans
wild.
brokey is crazy.
Calling a fan a brokey because they don't want to pay you.
The boys released a video saying the end of Fresh and Fit, we quit.
Oh.
So you guys are like, but why are you saying that like you're happy, like you're praying for their downfall? It's because I am.
So we ended up getting demonetized, right, guys? And as you guys know that, we got demonetized August of last year. Sucky situation.
You know, like, it's funny, too, because people warned them. They were warned if they keep making this retarded content where they're promoting hatred against women, bringing on idiots like Nick Fuentes to claim the Holocaust never happened, they're going to end up getting demonetized, and sure enough, it happened, and then they're acting like victims.
But Rumble had our back. As you guys know, we've scaled up the podcast to a certain point where we're at a certain level where we bring a certain quality to the show. Chris brings you guys new girls every show. There's a lot of moving parts, right? We have a team probably of around, 20 people, I would say? In an ideal world, would I love to just give you guys all the free content we could? Of course, bro. I would love to do it. But at the end of the day, guys, it's a business. We got people that we got to take care of. And we gotta support Rumble. A part of the after hours will go on Castle Club, guys, right? But we're gonna make it affordable for you guys. We lowered the price down to $17 per month. If you get in now for the next 48 hours, you're gonna go ahead and have that forever. Your grandfather in.
Yep.
Because we're gonna raise the price actually from 17 to 30.
Alex Jones' latest meltdown.
Let me take a look.
There is a clip that has gone super viral of right-wing conspiracy theorist Alex Jones having a meltdown and even apparently choking up and crying. And I'll play it for you. Some pretty wild stuff. And it's him claiming that this is his last emergency broadcast because the feds are shutting down InfoWars. If you're not familiar, that's his network, his show, and this is where he spews his dangerous conspiracy theories. And there are a lot of people speculating on this clip of Alex Jones, wondering, is this real? Is it performative? And a way to sort of get his followers excited about saving InfoWars or something.
People, we're going to beat these people. I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but it's been a hard fight. These people hate our children. Just
Take more calls. Go ahead. There's the next person.
Yeah, so again, a lot of people are saying this doesn't seem authentic to them.
Yeah, he's clearly
I know
fake
everyone
crying.
cries differently, but definitely strange.
At the end of the day, we're going to beat these people.
I'm going to really quickly pause your viewing of this video to ask you to subscribe to 510.
I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but it's been a hard fight. And these people hate our children.
I hate the fact that everyone is taller than me when I go out to get some Fritos and Red Bull. Even bitches rival me and shoulder check my ass. What do I do, man?
Maybe wear high heels so that you can look taller. Thanks for the donation, Bungus.
Separate from his Sandy Hook lies, I'm honestly getting very tired of people who claim to be motivated.
Well, those were crocodile tears.
35 after Wednesday. And the reason for that.
So now they're going to put him behind a paywall at $35 a month for them to yell at the whores and be like, you're dumb. Who wants to pay $35 a month?
There's a couple of people.
Well, the fans are not happy with it. They in the comment section just ripping them apart. You fucking lied to us. You said you would never go behind a paywall, etc., etc.
Yeah, but they have no choice. It's easy to say we'll never go behind a paywall when you have options. When you have all options and everything you're monetized, no, we'll never go behind a paywall. But now that's pretty much the only option that they got.
And there's no reason to feel sad for them, because when asked if he regrets it, he said no.
In retrospect, are there any regrets in not managing the transition better? Example, mixing the nighttime show with Stewie. You shoot yourselves in the foot.
You should report those women to the police for sexual harassment.
Yes. I'll be sure to do that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
By mismanaging. Is any regrets? If you're gonna ask me personally, no. No regrets, man.
I got 20 real estate properties, so I could tell my net worth is over $6 million. I get money residually. I don't need to do this shit. I don't need to make a fucking cent off this podcast. I'm fine. My real estate will take care of me, so I can sit here and tell you, there's you.
Well, he's clearly lying. Like, oh my god. They're not as rich as they fucking claim to be. Like, he's saying he's making $6 million off his real estate. Like, okay, then why is he e-begging, like, so hard and saying, like, people are brokies for not giving me money? Like, give me a fucking break.
We need you guys to support us on Rumble. If you guys want us to keep making this content,
I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to say what the I want to say, and I don't care what anybody got to say. I cannot be bought.
just like we've saved you guys, we need you guys to save us.
I have my soul. I have my spine. I have my integrity. I got my 10 toes and my 2 feet, and I stand where I'm going to stand. And if I die there, I'll die there with a smile on my face, because I can look in the mirror and be happy with the man that I see. You pussy motherfuckers. You fucking losers that sit there and say, oh, it's getting rocky, Myron. Hey, shut the fuck up.
A few moments later.
So I left a job that I truly loved to do this, right? Because I shouldn't be admitting this, but saving children, right? That was great, but saving you guys is better.
Uh-huh.
Beta! Beta girl!
Myron, are you really going to quit law enforcement? Yeah, you know, saving children. That's cool.
Not gonna lie, dude. I watch you because you 6'3". I wish I was 6-something, you know? Watching you makes me feel better since I'm a short nigger. If I had a girl, I'd let you fuck her. Well, you'd fuck her with or without my permission anyways, I'm too short.
Well, I appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, Bungus.
Gay ass protesters get cucked.
Let me see. Contractors spray paint pro-Palestinian protesters at Case Western Reserve University.
peacefully standing in front of a wall where we are allowed to express ourselves on.
God, they're gonna love this. Thank you.
Taylor's giving me a new hoodie.
You dummies. No, not the Eunice.
Not the Eunice.
Oh, yeah, y'all. It's all good, y'all.
Intimidated by a crime. Intimidated by a
administration.
Dude, these people are so stupid. And let me see this other one.
Get back! Get back! It is a protest movement that's spreading. This is the University of Southern California, one of many flashpoints across the country.
The police have issued a dispersal order on the USC campus. They've warned students that if they remain here, they will be arrested.
The kids are getting killed.
By Hamas terrorists.
By Hamas terrorists. By Netanyahu and Biden. Jeez.
Definitely about being here, even though the police are telling you to leave.
Because we know that we're on the right side of this right now.
Are you scared?
No. I think
From coast to coast. Do you believe in Israel's right to exist as a country?
I believe in all people's right to freedom and liberation. We are talking about a genocide.
It is cutting deep wedges. The catalyst, Israel, is the target.
Well, get fucked. Get arrested. Thanks for that nation not gay, just by curious.
I've been a fan of Julius Maddox since late 2019. I'm worried he won't ever bench 800 pounds. He's in his late 30s. He can't be 400 plus pounds and on gear forever. What do you think? To me it seems like he keeps psyching himself out.
When you're lifting that kind of weight, literally any training session you go into might be the last time you ever bench that weight. So yeah, him getting older, not having the best kind of diet, taking steroids, it will likely, cause a toll on his health, and again, he might snap his shit up at any time, so... What's being his best bench, like 770 or some shit like that? He might not never ever bench 800. 800's a lot of fucking weight, dude, so yeah, increasing your best max by 30 pounds or whatever it is when you're already benching in the 700s. Yeah, it's hard. And what's making it even harder for him too is he has to be able to peak for a specific day, which is very difficult. If he were only going for an 800-pound max just in the gym, that would make it a lot easier for him. But he has to peak for a specific day. And
I think I'm the shortest dude here in the chat main. Can you do a chat poll? 5 feet 6 inches is short, yes or no?
Sure, I can do that for you. There you go. Thanks for the donation, Bungus.
Okay, so how much would it cost to get Christy back in here? Be reasonable, PLS.
I think to reinstate Christy, how about we double the amount of money that it costs to ban her. So if somebody gives me 2,000, I'll reinstate Christy. Thanks for the donation though, the now. Yeah, so Julius Maddox may never bench 800 in competition officially. I could see him doing 800 in the gym, but officially he may never do it. There's a good likelihood. Thanks for that donation, Killing Titan.
These are not working. This is the University of Texas in Austin.
Sign of the time, the police showed up in big force, obviously, did not want us to be there, and they ordered us to break up or they'd stop making arrests.
But back in New
Yeah, these pro-Palestinian protesters are fucking idiots. Get fucked.
But reminding whores that they're whores? That's even better. Yo, somebody give me some Fresh and Fit merch so I can cry into it. We ain't got no tissues or clothes in here. I distinctly remember him saying he doesn't give a shit. He'll do whatever he wants, which is fine. You can do whatever you want, but your employer might fire you. And then when they fire you and you got to beg for scraps after the fact, don't think anyone's going to feel sympathy for you. You want to be out with your chest out. This is like the OnlyFans girls who do OnlyFans forever, and then they're like, oh, I'm mentally fucked up. This is the same thing. This is the idiot who thinks he could get away with saying anything and doing anything. Then he gets fired. Now he's begging for scraps. And now he feels bad. He's like, well, guys, I can't quit. You know, yeah, I'm financially set, but my employees, you know.
There were gay people at the Pride Parade in my area yelling Free Palestine. Yeah, and if they were to go to Palestine, they'd get fucking murdered with their fucking progressive, gay, trans, whatever shit. I love how these people are trying to advocate for people who would fucking murder them.
You know, who's going to take care of them?
We make it look easy, guys, but like we have people that work for us that legit have a need and depend on us.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't for this current platform right now, they wouldn't eat. Neither their kids.
You should have thought of that before you were a idiot on camera, right? See what happens when you're a leader? You have other people you have to take responsibility for. But because you want to be goofy on screen, you cost all of them their potential salary with this move. And a lot of the fans are not going to translate over to your paywall, and justifiably so. This whole idea that we do content for free.
At the end of the day, bro, if you don't want to support, it's fine.
Yeah, you don't have to.
But support as well.
Well, don't sit there and call us fucking money grabbers when we've been doing this shit for free for 3 fucking plus years, giving you guys content, and we're still going to continue to give you content for free.
The content we do is not for free. Your fans, my fans, everyone who's a viewer, they're paying.
100%. They're paying for their time. They're paying for the viewership of the ads. They're paying. They're paying.
They're paying either through YouTube Premium, which means that goes to you. That's not free. Or they're paying through ad time, which is the advertisers basically being able to sell them products. So they end up paying for the products in the long run. Everybody pays for these content. There's nobody who's not paying. There's no such thing as free content.
And everybody has a boss.
Your motivation pushed me to start and grow my business. I appreciate you guys. That's what we're talking about, bro.
Good job.
Brokey, shout out to you, Sv3rige. Notice how the guys that make money don't complain about the Council Club is the important.
By the way, if you're a broken...
Fuck Jordy, donate $2. Let me see.
Also, what is this fuck or die shit?
Well, somebody already sent me this video a few minutes ago. Yeah.
It's in his wish list? Anti-lesbian sex.
Have you seen this channel yet? I think we could learn a lot from these guys.
Well, there was one time.
Let me, thanks for the nation, fuck Jordy. Let me take a look.
Coming up on tomorrow's teachings.
What's going on?
What is it? Yes, Daddy.
Oh. He's doing fine. And speaking of James, where is he? He's all the time. And
Tina, I want to say.
That does not look interesting.
Coming up on tomorrow's teachings.
Get on your knees.
Listen to her. Please, don't shoot us.
Time to die.
Yeah, that's not funny. They're just really bad skits. Thanks for that donation though, Dick Jacker, Adam, and...
My nigga.
Let me take a look. Oh my god. Wow. That's a nice turtle. Oh my god, look at that little turtle. Dude, I fucking love turtles. They're just fucking amazing. Thanks for the donation, not gay.
That I never recovered from. I was 19 years old. I fought in Anaheim, California. Flew out here to fight in the Nationals. I was fighting this kid, and I knew this dude was just a little slow. He was doing some things, and I was seeing some openings, and I hit him harder than I've ever hit anybody in my life. I hit him with a wheel kick, which I hit him so hard, I was limping for a couple days afterwards because my heel hurt from hitting his head. I flat.
Bend over, donate $2. Fuck Macklemore. Let me see.
The atrocity that was the Holocaust. There will never be reparations for that. The only way that we can atone for our past is by today standing up against apartheid, against occupation, for a free Palestine. That's the only way.
The only way to make up for the Holocaust is to destroy the only Jewish state that exists. Okay.
And I know, because I want the same thing for everybody. I want everyone to feel safe.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, this guy's an anti-Semite.
I want everyone to feel loved. I want everyone to feel like they can wake up and have a shot at the day, to have breath in their lungs and to not be scared.
Yeah, this guy just hates Jews. What a piece of shit. Thanks for that donation, Ben. Fuck Jordy, donated $2. Let me see. $7.96 bench. Like, normally, if you were training to hit a really big 1-rep max, you would do a lot of heavy singles in preparation. Like, he's lifting so much weight. Like, if he were doing heavy singles with, like, 95% of his 1-rep max regularly, like, I don't think you can do that. Because that would be, like, 780 pounds, basically. So, I don't know how the fuck this guy even trains to hit like these insane numbers. He must have to just accumulate with a lot of volume at a lower percentage, and then just get his like working weight with like sets of 5 so high that he can like hit those higher numbers. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
Well, Christie will remain banned, I guess. Out of my price range. But here's Joey's sentient face.
Let me take a look. Oh my god. Whoa. Look how sentient. Oh my god, that's a handsome kitty. Holy shit, he's sentient. Dear God.
Yeah, I see you looking at me.
Oh my god, look how sentient.
Hey, you.
Joey is very handsome. Thanks for the donation, even though.
I know these Hamas supporters are scum.
Yeah, they are complete fucking scum. It's too bad you can't just fucking arrest them all for like hate speech or something. It's just beyond fucked. Ugh. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Flatlined him. He face planted, he started snoring, and he never got up. They carried him off in a stretcher. He was unconscious for half an hour. They eventually carried him off, put him in a stretcher, brought him to the hospital, but he literally never stood up and walked around. And when I went back and told Mr. Kim, we were talking about the tournament, he goes, I heard you had a really good knockout. And I said, it was very scary. I go, made me nervous, and he never got up. I thought he was dead. And he goes, sometimes they die.
Wow.
And then he walked away. And that was the decline of my Taekwondo career from that moment on. Well, there was one.
Wow, I didn't know Joe was such a fucking pussy. He's afraid of killing somebody while he's fighting. That's why he didn't want to do it anymore.
chat. I'll call you a brokey just because you don't want to support. That's understandable. What I will say though is like when you see the value in the Castle Club, you're like, damn, you know what?
Yeah.
I need to be a part of that.
He called them brokies.
Brokey.
Do 3 sit-ups and then 2 dick jacks for me please Blackie?
Alright, I will do that for you. Just give me one moment.
Oh, man. Yeah. Alright. There you go.
Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for that donation, Claudius.
When I go in the drive-thru at Mickey D's, I sit on a booster seat to look taller so I can get them digits, you know. Good idea, huh? I also wear big hats to give me a couple extra inches too, nigga. 5'6" ain't short if you know how to work it.
Yeah, true. You definitely have that W Riz. Thanks for that donation, Bungus.
Calling someone a brokey when you just asked them to please pay for my staff.
Calling your
is
fans
wild.
brokey is
Calling
crazy.
a fan a brokey because they don't want to pay you for you to pay your fan because you can't pay your fans yourself is crazy.
I distinctly...
Dude, like, it shows you the fucking type of entitlement that these fucking idiots have. Like, they think they just deserve money. Like, I've had situations where I definitely needed money and I asked for help. Like, I had that fundraiser for Finn's broken leg and shit. I'm not gonna call anybody a fucking brokey because they're not fucking giving me money. It's not like I fucking deserve it. I just ask for money and I appreciate whatever I get. Like, these people are just entitled fucking losers.
3 more sit-ups and 3 dick strokes for me. Slave.
Okay, I will do that for you. Give me one moment. Thanks for that donation, dude.
Yeah. There you go.
All right.
Remember these guys and so many other red pill dudes ripping Pokemon apart because she said that about her fans, about her cookies. You remember that?
Yes.
While Fresh and Fit, Just Pearly Things, and every other loser in the red pill space are taking L's.
Again!
We want you guys to get some W's.
30-day money back.
Is it gay to play Sims 4? Yeah, it's a pretty gay game.
That warranty. Get it.
It's not about the money, man.
Yeah.
It really isn't about the money, man. I could walk away from all this and be okay.
Today.
I don't think they see it.
Hey,
I don't think there's a lot of things they see. I don't think they see the fact of why they got demonetized. This thing is really because they were saying the truth and not the wild shit that you did and all this try that you try to do. Like your name kept coming up in a negative way in the eyes of YouTube. They don't even see that. They see it's really, no man, it's freedom of speech. You see that. So I don't even think
can't.
I don't think they even see that they're doing the same thing. But whatever.
Freedom of speech. But isn't it these guys who did the copyright strikes?
Yes.
And falsely hundreds.
Yes.
Trying to get a bunch of channels deleted because they didn't like what the channels were saying.
All of these people who invoke free speech principles don't believe in free speech. They just invoke freedom of speech when they feel that they're being censored, but they don't actually believe in free speech.
Hey, funny, you go to these guys' chats and you're critical of them, they just censor you. You can't even be critical of them in their chat.
I've been advised by a bunch of people. Let's move on. I should start banning you haters. So we should just start banning y'all, honestly. Because you guys are paid to come in and purposely hate and for what we got going on. Because Abba and Preach paid you or Ethan and Decline paid y'all to come in and talk shit, and you guys are doing that. And at that point, it's not even free speech. They're just coming in to talk shit. Haters don't deserve free speech.
So it's so funny to me that the people who yap on and yap about freedom of speech and blah, 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 you peer behind the curtain and they are just as authoritative as other groups. They will shut you down if they don't.
Fuck Jordy, donate $2. Do you agree with the research on beltless squats being suboptimal and pointless since the belt works the core better and can thus lift more weight? There's not really any point to training without a belt. You may want to train some lifts beltless. So like if you're doing whatchamacall, good mornings specifically to train your low back, it might make sense to do a lift like that beltless, because you're trying to isolate your low back strength.
A blind man walks into a bar. And a table. And a chair. I got told this joke. I don't get it, dude. Is that a short joke, Nig?
No, I think it's a blind joke. But thanks for the donation, Bungus. So it might make a little bit of sense to train certain lifts beltless if you're trying to just improve your low back strength specifically. But if you're trying to improve like your strength in your quads, or you're trying to or if you're trying to just train maximal strength for just force production, so you're doing deadlifts, it just makes sense to use a belt because you can lift more weight. You're getting more of the adaptation you want if you lift with a belt. Thanks for the donation though, fuck Jordy.
Now do 3 sit-ups and 3 finger jabs to your asshole. And I didn't pay $50 for you to do half sit-up reps. Like Fat Joe said, go all the way up. Lesbians PS, yeah, you short man, get over it and date a midget to feel tall.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that again. Less is more.
Like what you saying.
It costs a lot to run things the way that we do. It's on the low end. It's
costly.
So you want to know what their low end is?
What?
Guess. $70K a month is what they pay.
A month?
Well, considering how many people they have employed under them, it makes sense.
It makes sense.
You know how much these guys were making a month back at the height of?
Go ahead.
$225
a month.
Yep.
Yeah.
They were raking in huge profits. You know what I mean? They're making close to 6 figures each every single month. So they're probably making a lot of money, right? Good. Demonetization happens, everything disappears. They're making pennies on Rumble. They went from being in the green by a lot to now they're in the red every single month by, a pretty large margin. And now they're feeling the pressure. So all the people at home who say, oh, demonetization doesn't work, that's not been my experience. Having spoken to people who have been demonetized.
It's either A, we just stop doing the podcast all fucking together, or we put stuff behind a paywall and we can continue things as we were doing.
Losing close to I would say.
Dude, that is so weird to me. Now, I think this has actually been a bit of a detriment when it comes to my channel growth, where I never wanted to hire any video editors. I never wanted to hire anybody to help me research videos or write scripts or anything like that. I've always wanted to do all the work on my own because for a few reasons. One, I didn't like the idea of paying other people and then not seeing all of the profit go to me. So, if I have to pay an editor like $50 for a video, let's say, I have to pay somebody who's researching the video, I don't know. I don't know how much that would even cost. Say another $50 or $100. By the end of it, I might be delegating a lot of the tasks and not having to do that work myself. But then when the video is ultimately posted, I might only get, 50% or maybe less, than I would otherwise if I just did all the work on my own. On top of that, I really don't like working with other people. I don't trust other people. I think other people usually do a bad job. I just don't appreciate the way other people work. I don't like just having to communicate with other people. I'm very antisocial. That probably has stunted my channel growth and shit, and I might have been able to blow up even more if I did sort of delegate more tasks. But when you're talking about $70,000 per month in overhead costs because you have so many other employees that you have to pay, that is insane. I don't even understand why they have to have so many other employees that they're paying so much money. They're just doing an internet fucking talk show. Myron could handle, most of the stuff on the podcast side on his own, just controlling the cameras and the audio and stuff, and do that on his own and save a few, it sounds like tens of thousands of dollars per month. It's just sounds fucking retarded. The Only Path donated $2. Who's your favorite underrated DC character? I have no idea. I'm not a big DC Comics fan. DC has a lot of superheroes that nobody has ever fucking heard of. I don't know. There's a lot of a fuck ton of characters in the DC universe that are nobodies. So I don't know. Do you like Black Adam in the comics? I never really read Shazam. I don't know. Do you like solo, isolated character films or team-ups? I don't necessarily have a preference. It just depends on how they're done. Do you think James Gunn's DC Universe is dead on arrival? Well, yeah, they had no fucking plan for the... For one thing, they had no plan for the overall universe ahead of time. They were kind of trying to copy Marvel, but they're doing a mix of grounded films that were more realistic, like The Joker. They're doing over the top cartoony stupid shit, like with Aquaman. They were doing movies that were kind of in the middle, like Suicide Squad. And then some of these movies aren't even part of the overarching universe. They also didn't do the Batman films they had planned. And now at this point, like, the superhero movie genre is kind of dead. Like, nobody seems to really have an interest. Like, maybe if the movies are really good, it'll have a chance, but otherwise, yeah, no. I think the whole superhero movie thing is, like, dead. Marvel basically killed it by releasing way too many movies that just all sucked. I really liked the second Suicide Squad movie. I thought that was fantastic. If they could make more movies like that, I'd definitely watch them. Do you want to see the old Justice League make cameo? No, not really. Like, they all sucked, so I don't really care if they make cameos. Thanks for the donation, though, the only path.
75, sometimes to 60% of their total income. And even when they go behind a paywall, yeah, they might transfer a substantial amount of their fan base depending on the fans. But the other thing is, they're no longer being recommended by any of the algorithms. So they no longer go viral on YouTube. They no longer are in the talking space for a lot. That's why you see this guy doing all these collabs. He's feeling the effects of the poor decisions he's made. So now he's trying to recoup it any way he can. So I'm not saying demonetization is a good or a bad thing. That's not the point. I'm just speaking strictly to the people who think it doesn't work. You're wrong. It does work. Okay? And no matter how much these people say they're in it for the message, the truth is they're here for the money. Without the money, they're not going to stick around.
You know, everyone sits there and says, oh, you know, freedom of speech, we're tired of censorship, etc. Hey, man, this is how we fight back against censorship. This is how we fight back against big tech. This is how we fight back against all these guys that want to censor us and
they're pro-censorship.
Monetize us and deplatform us and cancel us for having a different viewpoint.
It's not censorship. If someone says, I don't want to pay you. They didn't even delete these guys' channel. They said, based off how you're acting, we don't want to run ads on you because it looks poor on the products that we sell.
And we don't want us to give you...
So why...
How much would I have to pay you to the 1000 press up and root air challenge? Or could we set up a donation goal for you do it on stream? Thanks so much for your help, VG. You are amazing. I used to not like you, but now I realize you were right all along. Ty. Are these guys niggers or sand niggers?
Oh, 1000 push-up Andrew Tate challenge.
5 more. Noodles in.
I'll do it for $1 per push-up. So, I'll do the 1000 push-up challenge for $1,000. How about that? I don't really want to do that because 1, I hate push-ups, and 2, I'm training to bench 405, and that would kind of interfere with my training. But thanks for the donation, Riley. Are these guys N-words or sand N-words? I think both. Thanks for the donation, not gay.
Why should I pay you when it's going to hurt my business? So he said, you want to keep your content on here, you can keep it on here, but we're no longer prioritize you because you hurt our business. And then people are talking about free speech, free speech. What business has a duty to give you money when you hurt their business? YouTube does not make most of its money from commentary. It does not make most of its money from dating content. That's not where it makes its money. It makes its money from makeup, tech, and kids stuff. So all the people doing kids reviews, toys reviews, whatever the fuck kids reviews sounds crazy. Hey, listen. Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
Kids review is wild.
No Diddy.
Have you tried this little for you?
Yo. Illuminati confirmed. Yeah. Damn, they caught me slipping.
God damn.
Is my lizard skin showing? All right, listen. Elizabeth.
The queen.
Yes, fellow lizardman.
You know she's not dead. She's shedding skin.
She shed her skin. She's
shedding skin.
Yeah. Shout out to Lizzie, bro. She doing her thing. She doing her. Yeah.
Let you spit like that.
Yeah.
We just don't articulate it the same way. And we have nuance to what we say. And we back it up. We just deliberately just say dumb stuff. We don't go to the extreme of things that, like, at the point, like, you don't back it up. Which way you looking at that?
Wait, but you know why they got demonetized, right?
Well, they got demonetized for all the
monkey stuff,
and stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. They went to the extreme of some shit that, like, you didn't have to go there. We didn't warn you. Abba warned you. I was not I was like, they're not gonna do nothing. So I'm not gonna stand here and say we. It wasn't we. It was him. So that stuff was just plain, like, come on now, B. You know what you did.
Bro, didn't I tell you this was the end of Fresh and Fit?
Oh.
Didn't I call it, bro?
Yo, the minute man, I'm telling you, the minute they got demonetized, I said, hey, you know what? My bad. Sorry I doubted you. You was right.
Yeah.
Bitch, you guessed it.
You want to hear the biggest irony of this?
What?
They claim that the meat and potatoes of what they do is like their financial advice, their fitness stuff.
It's not.
Why do you think they have to pay $70K minimum a month to do this?
Yeah, bring
all the girls, to get the security, to set up the 1,000 mics, to do all the crazy stuff that they got to do. If they were just bringing in the dudes to talk about dating, fitness, tech, finances, crypto scams, which they love, okay? If they were just doing that, do you think the podcast costs $70K a month?
No, it wouldn't.
Absolutely not. It would cost 1/3 of that. They don't want to downsize, and they don't want to change their business practices because they know what their money maker is. The reason they're putting the 10 whores in a mic thing behind a paywall is because they know that's what makes money. They're not putting the other shit behind a paywall because no one would pay for that. People are only watching to see you yell at women.
That's fine, but you gotta lay in your fucking bed and sleep there.
Yeah, Myron made the bed. Now he wants his fans to lie in it with him. One of his favorite pastimes, according to him, in his college days. Yeah, don't worry, it's not sus, guys. It's just boys being boys.
Bro, those were my teammates. It's not gay. It's just what it is. You just horse around. It's boys being boys, right? Guys being guys.
Camaraderie, you know what I say? When y'all struggle together because someone else made a stupid decision and cost themselves millions, you get closer by being in the same bed. Yeah. Boys being boys. Huh? You want to pull a little prank, you know what I'm saying? Eat somebody's ass? Hey, gay. This is making sure you're not constipated. You can't let the homie just die from keeping all that gas inside. You know, if anything, it's sad because look at it this way. A bunch of people about to lose their salaries and lose their livelihood, okay? Because one person couldn't control their temper. And you know, to some degree, these people are also complicit in this because when he was doing his dumb shit, they were egging him on. So you know what? Actually, it's not sad. Everybody can hold an L. He can hold an L for being a bad leader, and you guys can hold an L for not being the good kind of friends who tell somebody they're going too far when they're going too far and they're going to hurt the business. Wait, weren't they supposed to lap us? I'm pretty sure I distinctly remember somebody saying, "We better than you niggas."
We are better than you niggas. Period.
Weren't they supposed to lap us?
Wow.
But they quit it, right?
But they did. No, they did lap us. In terms of L's?
True. Lapped.
Gapped.
Facts.
We're stationary.
Grand Canyon.
Breath. Easy peasy lemon.
I'm pretty sure they were the hot topic.
We're trending, man.
Yeah.
We're popping right now.
But then I did, as always, men lie, women lie, numbers don't, right? And then I thought to myself, why would they bring this up now? Chris, can you show Exhibit A real fast?
Boom.
So let's see here. Let's see. These guys have almost 1 million more subs than us, guys. All right?
So we're the blue line.
We're the blue line. They're the red. They have 1.38, which is 1,380,000 subscribers. Guys, we only have 430,000 subscribers.
Yep.
Okay? We have literally like less than 1/3 of their joint, right? And we got 20 million views, and they got 14.9 million views.
Ouch.
Very interesting for you guys to go ahead and make a video insulting us months after the fact. I wonder why. Oh, it's because we're hotter than you guys right now.
But now they like pretty much dead in the water. They're about to quit. We're still making videos. Why are we doing videos about who's about to be irrelevant?
Because we can.
Yeah, I need some liquor. I'm about to do a 2-step on somebody's grave.
2-step on somebody's grave.
Hey, bro.
Pouring liquor.
I had so many people like, yo, Abba, man, I want you guys to reconcile.
From starting.
Let's see.
Hey, it is Dan McDonald, and I want to thank everybody so much for joining me today. I appreciate all your kindness, comments on the last videos. Today I'm going to be sharing with you all how to eliminate bad breath and body odors forever. That's what I'm going to entitle the video. I just came up with that like 30 seconds ago. Crazy that I haven't worn deodorant since I went on Raw Foods 25 years ago. I just do not wear deodorant. And I'm not saying that I haven't had some nice smelly farts or anything like that, but usually I don't stink and I don't have any bad breath. And so I'm going to address that today. Cool. So you want to chill out and pull up a chair out there or something. Pineapples, and the reason why you would come up with a juice like this, not only to deodorize your entire body, but also to is to take those pineapples that are on the mainland that aren't really all that ripe. Like I don't know if you saw it, but this is a truly ripe sugarloaf pineapple. Lenny, truly ripened on the tree and having meticulous when all of it, even the cleanup.
So that's cilantro?
Oh, even the cleanup, I hate that, you know. Also act as like, you know, juices.
Okay, well, that's not going to stop you from smelling.
I'm back at the gym.
George Floyd died from anal leakage.
So after 2 weeks in Palanga, near the sea, at the sea, with all my muscles relaxed, recovered. When you are doing all these things with the help of God, then you can be pretty confident that it will all be okay. Anyway, I have all the weight in the world, because if you know what you are doing.
Okay, this guy's videos are fucking boring as fuck.
With just $7 in his pocket, The Rock has managed to build $1 million empire. But some
8 McDonald's for 30 days, only McDonald's, and any time at the time they had a promotion asking if you wanted to supersize your order, where they would, throw on another dollop of whatever they were serving you, and he would always say yes. There's a particular scene in that movie, and he died.
What would you do with someone who said that Henry Ford's book titled The International Jew, The World's Foremost Problem is a really good read? I feel that it's very concerning to hear that, given the fact that Ford's beliefs lead to widespread anti-Semitism.
Well, Henry Ford wanted to kill all the Jews. He admired Hitler, and he was a rabid anti-Semite, and he was in favor of the Holocaust. So if somebody said that, I'd think they're a fucking psycho whack job. In Canada, I'd probably report them to the police, because that would go against the hate speech laws here. If I was in the US or something, I would just make sure everybody's aware that this guy's a wacko anti-Semite. Thanks for the donation, though, finger my ass.
Died of cancer recently, but he was 53. But he died in the movie. He goes to his doctor, and the doctor says that his liver functions are obscene. The actual phrase was, your liver looked like an alcoholic's after a binge. And Morgan Spurlock in the documentary is like, and it's like, it turns out that during the making of that movie, Morgan Spurlock was an alcoholic and had been drinking since he was 13. He later said that he had not been sober for more than a week in 30 years. He said that in 2017. And so this is one of the great, it's a great documentary in many, many ways. It's a participatory thing. You can see how it's very much in the tradition of Michael Moore, who I'll get to in a second. But documentary films, the better they are and the bigger they are, oftentimes the faker they are. And Super Size Me was a profoundly fake documentary. And I think that's worth remembering, at the time of Morgan Spurlock's death. I say this as somebody who actually enjoyed a lot of his subsequent work. A couple of years after that on FX, he had a fantastic series called 30 Days, where he would pair people and put them in, you know, kind of riffing off the Super Size Me thing where he ate McDonald's for a month. He would send people to live in an uncomfortable situation for, you know, for a month. And there was a great episode, for instance, I think most of these are online in various places, where he sent somebody who hated guns to go live with a family, a rural family that had a lot of guns. And it was fantastic drama. It was like he oftentimes started to take right and left wing kind of verities and would kind of force people to recognize that.
Yeah, I've seen the Peppa Pig Andrew Tate video. It's pretty funny.
They weren't, you know, that the other side was human. So I'm not saying he was like a truly horrible person or anything. In 2017, clearly about to be canceled, he also came out with a Me Too statement where he essentially resigned from his company and talked about various experiences he had had. And that effectively ended his career. So it's like a weird and sad career arc ending, you know, most sadly and tragically in a young death from cancer. But his death, and particularly the popularity of Super Size Me and its fakeness, is something that we need to always be grappling with. I mentioned Michael Moore. His Bowling for Columbine documentary is a good example of this, where he faked significant amounts of the speech and the
I sucked a dick.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that experience. Thanks for the donation, Safiyet.
Action, you know, where he goes to a bank and opens a bank account and walks out with a gun. Like, that's not actually how it happened. You know, going back to one of the first I'm sorry, I obviously care a lot about documentaries. One of the very first modern documentary films, Nanak of the North, which thankfully now you only watch that if you go to a film school. That was a completely faked documentary as well, about Eskimos and among other things that had, you know, and these are bizarre and amazing, like in the context of the movie Nanak, who was not actually Nanak. It was another guy who lived in a house, but he had them build igloos to live in, to film and things like that. And they would shoot fish and whales and seals with guns, but he made them go out with spears to do it. But there's a scene where Nanak's plural wives are trailing behind him, and they're actually the white director's common law wives. I mean, it's just like, you know, the entire history of documentary film, with the exception of the things that Zach Weissmuller and Reason TV does on a daily basis, are so phony. And this goes back to Matthew Brady staged so many of the photographs in the Civil War. Robert Capa, the great photographer, documentary photographer of the Spanish Civil War, faked most of his most famous images. Raising Iwo Jima, faked. I mean, like the flag at Iwo Jima. We should take, you know, Morgan Spurlock's death to, you know, extend our condolences to his friends and family, but also to level up on our media criticism, because most of the things that we are told in an information age are either absolutely fake or they are so framed in a way as to be almost completely misleading. We need to have a better bullshit detector.
Sometimes millions is just not enough. Not if you want to become a living, breathing, walking billboard. The things he does are so filtered, so perfectly designed to self-promote to a point where it makes us question everything.
John Cena, alarm clock. Can you imagine waking up to this face every morning? Ding, ding, ding.
The Rock is what every HR manager wants their employees to act like all the time. People are saying he is more brand than Russell at this point. But now his strategy has backfired. It turns out people are not buying it, not anymore. From being one of the most followed people on Instagram, he has now lost more than 450,000 followers on IG in the last month. He also had a 50% drop in TikTok likes and is even losing followers on YouTube. And if you spend any time on IG, you know the comments are a hot mess. He has been lying about a
Didn't he, like, endorse Trump lately?
bunch of things, made one of the most disliked WWE videos of all time, and even tried to dabble in politics. As you can see, this didn't end well. Just take a look at his In-N-Out visits. He has been documenting his first visits over the last 6 years. In 2016, The Rock was famous for dedicating himself to his fitness routine. He often talked about how he broke away from his healthy meals by eating huge amounts of cheap foods once a week. In 2017, he posted this on Instagram. He captioned it, "I've never been to In-N-Out before. I know, what an asshole. But when my lovely ladies at Lauren Haitian Official and at Simone Johnson wanted late night grub, I happily obliged and pulled in the drive-thru. Then, years later in 2022, he posted this. The caption, my first time ever eating at In-N-Out. A solid start with a bite of good fries, as we know shitty fries can ruin the whole experience. Then, for a third time in 2023, but after fans called him out, he changed the caption and said, my first ever at In-N-Out burger experience again. Thanks to the fans who reminded me that I went to In-N-Out years ago and totally forgot about it. He even congratulated himself for giving a big tip.
Why? Why are you lying about that? You could just say, like, I love In-N-Out, so I'm going back to In-N-Out. Let's go. Can't wait for more In-N-Out. Why does it always have to be your first time? We know it's not.
If you are lying about it, at least delete the old Instagram post to try and hide the evidence. Or is he so detached from reality that his sponsored content becomes his only personality? Did he forget he wasn't always rich? Well, this isn't the only lie he has been called out for. The dude still claims he is not relying on steroids to get the body he has always dreamed of. This has earned him the title of the fakest celebrity of all time. Back in 2009, in an interview with MTV, The Rock admitted that he tried steroids when he was younger. He said, me and my buddies tried it back in the day when I was 18 or 19. Didn't know what we were doing. But he didn't consider it that big of a deal because once he got serious with his exercise and diet, he had no need for them. He was just built different. He gave everyone a clear message that after he was done experimenting, he had led a 100% steroid-free life. Whenever people started talking about it, he would say, sure, you get a lot of people out there who will suspect and say they want to negate the hard work you put in. He told fans that
I'm so happy that Morgan Spurlock died from cancer. One less piece of shit on this earth. Did you know his then vegan GF was never vegan?
I remember his girlfriend making a post about quitting veganism, but was she actually never vegan?
You may know Alex Jameson as being the girlfriend of Morgan Spurlock. You know, she was the only sane voice of reason in the documentary Super Size Me. But Alex is also well known for her own work as a vegan advocate and a nutrition expert. She recently caused a stir in online vegan communities for admitting to having cravings for meat. Can you tell us about that reaction to your public return to meat?
Sure, I wrote a blog post declaring that I'm not vegan anymore. The backlash was immense, and I received over 1,000 comments. People were really angry. People wished me dead for changing my diet back
Yes, that's a reasonable response for supporting a Holocaust.
to including some animal protein.
So you have said that compassion is a big part of what you love about the vegan lifestyle. How do you reconcile those death wishes with the compassion that you see in veganism?
I secretly, quietly began to talk to a few vegan friends about these feelings and about my concerns about my health, and their reactions were more about their concern for my participation in the movement and how this was going to hurt veganism, not what was best for me.
What made you feel that health-wise you had to return to meat?
I started to secretly salivate over my friends' hamburgers or their salmon. I began to realize that these cravings were not making me bad. They were actually information.
So she didn't even have any health problems. She just wanted to eat meat again.
Body telling me what I needed. In secret, I started adding in a few
Oh, okay. So, when you really crave ice cream or you smell like a freshly baked cake, your body's telling you what you need. I didn't know cake was like, a food you need to survive.
small amounts of animal protein.
So idiotic.
Sneaking eggs under my head of kale in the grocery basket so nobody would see me buying it at the store. And when I started eating it again, my body felt really good. And all of those issues have self-corrected.
So after...
Okay, so she's just a crazy dumb bitch. She was a raw vegan too. So all these raw idiots, they always... it's always the people following a raw diet. Thanks for that donation, finger my ass.
Training is his only anchor, and we can see this from all the clips he is posting online, especially his regiment and fitness schedule. But people forget that he is 52 years old and he is looking bigger than ever. Just look at these pictures from then and now. It is just insane. Everybody knows that you lose lean muscle mass as you age.
So, you can still grow muscle into your 50s. That's a bit of misinformation. Just because you're 50, it doesn't mean you're going to lose muscle. People generally lose muscle as they age because they don't weight train anymore. So usually people's level of physical activity decreases once they get older, but there's no like biological reason for if you keep weight training at the same level, you know, into your 50s, you're not going to have as much muscle mass as when you were 30 or 40. You can still keep getting bigger. Mike donated $2. Thoughts on low birth rates and the effect it's going to have on population in the future and retirement? It's mostly going to affect tax revenue. Younger people pay the bigger share of taxes, and it's particularly going to affect healthcare funding. And 2, it's going to slow down the economy. So again, older people don't buy as many things as younger people. So older people don't need to get the newest iPhone. They don't need to get the latest, video game console system. They don't buy as many clothes, stuff like that. So if the birth rate is slowing down and you're going to have a higher percentage of the population being older, you're going to have a harder time funding social services like healthcare, and you're also going to see a slowing down of the economy. Thanks for the donation, though, Mike.
You can lose energy, your testosterone can naturally decline, and so on. Wear and tear on the joints usually starts to accumulate, which is why it is easier for younger men to bounce right off, but older men require more effort and better care. But when it comes to The Rock, he hasn't reached his peak in his 20s, 30s, or 40s. No, he has the best body, the best muscles, and physique in his 50s.
When you see The Rock with his shirt off, there's not a man alive who doesn't want to be built like that.
What makes this worse is that he's trying to be a fitness influencer.
I would say possible, almost 8,000 calories a day. My diet...
He does not eat 8,000 calories a day.
Has honestly pretty much remained the same for the past 5 to 10 years.
That's why even Coach Greg talked about it and called him out.
Day on a cheat on Saturday when he had epic French toast and burgers and fries, he once ate 6,000 to 8,000 calories in a day. It's not what he eats.
Here you can see The Rock's 5 best muscle building secrets. This is what he wants you to think. All the exercises he does to stay in shape and do all the things he has to do to play these roles. But right off the bat, we can give you one thing that is not on this list: steroids. If it's not steroids, then it's testosterone replacement therapy.
The Rock is on steroids. What are your thoughts on that?
You know, I've been to America and I know what goes on. I would believe that The Rock would be on testosterone replacement therapy.
The thing about The Rock is that over time, he has become a product designed to appeal to the masses. The idea for him is to be the hardest working man in the room, this larger-than-life archetype that has excellent charisma and a good personality. It is edgy enough to be convincing, but not too edgy that will make him unlikable. He wakes up super early, eats more than anyone else, and has literally perfected his workout routine, the type of hyper-masculine role that sells in Hollywood. It's all about the rags to riches story, how it can inspire people, get them to do better, try his stuff, and so on. Like, remember that time when he quit the WWE and lost most of his muscle? So he took up odd roles like that in The Tooth Fairy. His management team tried to rebrand him with a different image and sell his new character, but that didn't work. So he is back to this perfect larger-than-life character. Now, all he has to do is keep molding himself based on the persona he has created, based on the product he is trying to sell. For example, he is pushing his tequila so much that people say he kind of looks like an alcoholic right now. But before that came into the picture, he rarely, almost never talked about drinking alcohol.
You know what? You're not that hard. Because take a shot of tequila without making a face.
He created a record-selling tequila brand. He launched Terramana in 2020, and the product...
They brought back Demolition on COD. I'm so happy. Fuck the niggers and the fags. Also, did you catch the F card? What did you think?
Yeah, I played Demolition last night with a friend. I did watch the UFC fight last night. I only saw the fight with the last two fights. Islam Makhachev and what's his name? The guy who beat up Sneeko. Those are two good fights, and Makhachev absolutely fucking annihilated Poirier. But they were good fights. Thanks for the donation, Tool.
That went viral in a matter of days. Apparently, the actor decided on such a venture because he has been a big fan of tequila for quite some time. Since he had all the influence and money, it would make sense to start his own brand and take it from there. I mean, he even did a rap cameo at the end of the song Face Off just to promote his tequila.
Tech 9. Thank you, Tom. One take.
Isn't this too much? Well, it doesn't matter because it worked. The company saw huge success in the United States, and it is even planning on launching in the Asian and European markets as well. Another thing that made The Rock lose followers was
Reels.
Let me take a look.
Oh my god! Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh!
It's not a good idea to play on stairs. India is not for beginners.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that. Well, thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
Was when many fans thought he was caught lying about potentially competing in Pride FC in '97. Back then, he was still at the start of his career as a pro wrestler. He didn't think his wrestling career was going to work out because he got booed out of the arena. He wanted to make more money, but admitted he would have gotten beaten up very badly. That's because Pride had quality fighters, and considering The Rock was also a genetic powerhouse, he would have fit right in. He would have been younger and probably fitter than other experienced wrestlers, which could have opened the path to new opportunities. Now, considering and signing a contract are two different things. But after he appeared on the Joe Rogan podcast, people started picking apart his story. The Pride event happened in October 1997. For Rock to even think about fighting right then and there, he should have been aware of it since its launch. The first time Kerr had a Pride fight was in 1998. Shamrock had his debut in 2000. But according to fans, The Rock's timeline just doesn't add up. One fan posted, "He's turning into Hogan with these stories. Yeah, you were gonna train for a bit and then take on Fire, Severn, Gracie's, Goodrich."
He doesn't know Dan Fry? Oh my god. How did he even read that wrong? It says Fry, not Fire.
Taktarov, Kerr, Chemo, etc. And in 1997, they had their first event, and by the end of 1998, they'd only done 3 more shows. Shamrock eventually fought in Pride, but it was in 2000, after he left WWE in 1999. Another fan commented, "Shamrock went to WWE because there was no money in MMA at this time." Another said, "The Rock trying to get cool points from Joe Rogan is sad to see." While a fourth added, "It must be a wrestler thing. First it was Hulk Hogan, now this." On a recent episode of Storytime with Dutch Mantel, the co-host Romero had a similar statement. He talked about how the Brahma Bull turned heel, which means he shifted from a face persona to a heel persona. For those who don't know about wrestling terminology, there are 2 types of characters in pro wrestling. You have the babyface or face players, who are basically the good guys. They rarely take advantage of circumstances or cheat. They are looking for a clean way to win, so to speak. The heel players are the classic bad guys. They will do whatever it takes to win, even if it means distracting the refs, bending the rules, and so on. So The Rock turned heel in professional wrestling before Pride FC held its inaugural event in Tokyo. In the meantime, Mantel doesn't seem to trust anything The Rock is saying.
It makes Rock told a very interesting story, but I don't ever think that Rock would have been a success in the WWE.
Man,
I'm short.
Well, I'm glad you've come to terms with the reality. Thanks for the donation, Bungus.
Mantel is a former WWE manager. He thinks The Rock would not have been successful as an MMA fighter. Over the past 10 years, several former wrestling superstars.
I'm planning taking finasteride for slowing down my hair loss. I still have a decent amount of hair for being 30. Would you have any concerns if you were to take it?
Well, there are potential side effects with finasteride. There are some men who report having depression and reduced sex drive from taking finasteride. I think those are probably the two most concerning side effects, but most people don't have any side effects from taking it. Thanks for the donation, though, finasteride. Buyun donated $3. Let me see. Based. Thanks for the donation, Buyun. Mike donated $2. Conservatards want to ban porn. I thought they were all about freedom. Well, yeah, they're obviously not. Let me see.
Cardi B hits back at Candace Owens for wanting pornography ban. Okay, big story here, guys. I know a lot of you guys are sensitive with this, so just hang tight. Let's go through this. Here we go. Cardi B defended pornography after Candace Owens called for it to be banned, saying on Instagram, OMG, why y'all so against porn? Is it that bad for y'all? I enjoy it, but I don't know. I guess it's like a 6-time-a-year thing. I personally don't feel no connection or addiction to it, just a little quick 1 or 2. Nothing like real intimacy, she added. It actually should teach men how to please a woman. Okay, Candace Owens sparked the debate by tweeting, ban pornography, it's psychological weapon intended to weaken our men. Cardi B responded, challenging the idea and defending the potential educational value of pornography. Cardi B, who previously supported Joe Biden 2020 election, announced she won't be voting for Biden or Trump in the upcoming election, citing layers and layers of disappointment. Pete.
Well, I agree. I mean, I agree with Candace Owens on this. I don't see the upside of it. I see the way it wrecks young men.
I don't know. The erosion of free speech doesn't worry you. Oh, wait, you were never a free speech advocate. You just, you know, talk about free speech values whenever it's convenient for you.
It's not going to happen. I do like what states are doing. I think, what's the policy that Florida has pursued? You have to, is it age verification or something along the lines of you have to prove that you're over 21 or over 18 on any of these porn websites, and you have to use your real name and a real email or whatever it is to do it. And as a result,
leftism in a nutshell, Richard. Naivety and emotionalism at its core. These naive morons will become politicians and turn Europe in an Islamic shithole by opening the borders.
There's a 7-year-old boy with a line straight down his brow, as shallow as his mother's. Walks on blistered feet with a till he's too sore. I've heard them say to sleep and they bomb their calls him by wage to holy war.
Oh, these people are pathetic retards. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Result, traffic has dropped by like 90% on a lot of these sites. I just think that's good for society. I think it's good for marriages. I think it's good for men. I think it's good for kids. I think it's good for women.
Watch it, but I could see, like, when it comes to prostitution and strip clubs and all that stuff, think about those crazy guys that need that release. And if they don't get it from somewhere else, Pete, I think those guys are going to be out in the streets. They're going to be out looking for it. It's going to be always
Candace Owens, who represents herself as being a woman of class and a woman of moral fiber, is going to say this, and she's absolutely correct. It also doesn't surprise me that Cardi B, coming from the liberal entertainment industry, where no holds barred, and we go to speaking like it is that the
okay, these people are just all retarded.
Stars have given MMA a shot.
Like, none of these videos are interesting because they don't actually have a conversation on, like, you know, values of free speech. They just say, yeah, porn's icky, let's ban it. And they all just have a circle jerk about how, yeah, porn bad. Like, I don't fucking care.
Some didn't do well, like CM Punk, while others, like Brock Lesnar, found some success. Well, he isn't as strict about timing as others, but just thinking about joining an MMA organization is one thing. Actually training and fighting is a completely different story. He can't imagine The Rock going up against Fedor Emelianenko. Fedor is incredibly tough and dominates his opponents, so he doesn't think there's any chance The Rock would have succeeded. The Rock might have thought about it, but actually getting in the ring and fighting is another matter. Mantel just doesn't think The Rock would have made it. Well, there are other reasons The Rock is losing followers, and one of them has to do with a specific tank. That's right, a combat vehicle.
The Rock sucks. I don't understand why he's as famous as he is. There is not one single movie The Rock has ever been involved in that was good. They're all terrible. Every fucking movie he's ever done has either been a critical or box office bomb. They've all sucked ass. I just don't understand his popularity.
An American tank division named a tank after him. Here is what he posted on his Instagram. I'm sending a salute of respect and gratitude to the Black Hawk Squadron, U.S. 1st Armored Division, for the honor of naming their tank the most advanced in the world, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. The actor was very grateful and happy, but his fans hated it. They called it just another ego boost, claiming that Dwayne had a pro-war mindset. This is why a lot of people...
Elias donated $2. Do you believe that Luna deserved the acid attack if she's still on the raw meat diet? Well, sure, you could say she deserved it. The issue is, the reason Sv3rige is attacking Luna isn't because she's a meat eater. It's because he's a psychotic asshole who's just abusive and wants to get revenge on people who he feels wronged him. So, if Sv3rige could get away with it, he'd kill other people. He would kill vegans, he'd kill random innocent people that he doesn't like. So that's the issue. Somebody like that should not be allowed to live in society. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Unfollowed him. They said that finally Dwayne had revealed his true colors, and it was this type of mindset that could destroy his career and reputation. One user posted, for a man who claims to be empathetic to endorse a killing machine is kind
Rich. I'm sorry, but I've decided to no longer be vegan. At the end of the day, we're not really making any difference, and when I'm on my deathbed I don't want to look back and regret not enjoying my food. And no, I'm not kidding. I'm sorry.
Alright, well, how about you do us all a favor and stop chewing and just choke on your next meal? Thanks for the donation, Bungus.
of crazy. No, it won't be used to defend our own country. It will be used to wage undeclared, unconstitutional special interest wars, killing innocent...
Right, like all the Abrams tanks going into Ukraine to fight off a fascist dictatorship.
As a result. Of course, not everyone hated it. Some said that The Rock didn't have to apologize for it. But what really pissed people off was when he made a political statement that sounded very much like a paid endorsement.
Publicly endorsed a presidential candidate or a vice presidential candidate in my life, over my career. So I figured let's kick this conversation off this way by me officially publicly endorsing you both to become president and vice president of our great country.
For a long time before that, people knew The Rock as being politically independent. But then everything changed in 2020 when he made this announcement and lost a lot of respect. Then he went on Fox and Friends yet again and said he wouldn't be endorsing Biden anymore because he realized his mistake and regretted it. He said, in today's easy cancel culture world and cancel culture, woke culture, this culture, that culture division, etc., that really bugs me. Apparently, now he learned that being honest and real was more important than worrying whether he would get canceled or not. But with all of these endorsements and statements, it seems that The Rock doesn't just act on set, he's acting everywhere he goes, no matter.
All these fucking celebrities that have popularity that's waning, you always see them talk about how they hate cancel culture and shit. They don't care about cancel culture, they're just fucking sensitive babies who can't handle the fact that their career is on the decline and people don't like them anymore. So then they just say, oh, I'm getting canceled, oh, it's woke. Like, no, you're just unfunny, you're annoying, and nobody likes you anymore.
Who he spends time with. We definitely saw that with the Maui scandal. He begged for donations for charity to help the people of Maui when he is worth $800 million and Oprah is worth $2.5 billion.
The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, coming together to aid communities impacted by the wildfires, launching a fund with an initial donation of $10 million.
So of course we have a multi-millionaire and a billionaire asking poor people for money. They first announced they would donate $10 million. But
like, I don't know how the fuck this is a criticism.
instead, they use $5 million to create the People's Fund of Maui. It is supposed to be for the people. Then why don't The Rock and Oprah ask their billionaire friends to donate instead of those living paycheck to paycheck? For starters, people had some legitimate worries about the nonprofit The Rock and Oprah were using. Their funds were managed by the Entertainment Industry Foundation. The thing is, the EIF did post where their funding goes, and it turns out that their top employees and executives are earning a hefty sum. We are talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. The CFO makes more than $290,000 a year. The CEO makes more than $350,000 a year. And
Okay, people don't really understand how charities work. People have to do work, right? Like, nobody's going to work for free. So if you have people who are working for a charity, they need some sort of compensation. You could maybe argue that these sorts of salaries are overblown. I don't know what type of work they're doing, whether or not the salary is justified. If they have a high level of education, they've been working in this kind of field of work for a very long time, they're extremely experienced, and they're actually being so productive that, you know, they're paying for themselves. They might have a $350,000 salary, but because of their work and how productive they are, you know, they're bringing in millions and millions of more dollars for the charity to actually help people. Well, then the salary is justified. So, like, this is just fucking idiotic. People have this delusional fucking perspective on charities that people are just supposed to work for fucking free. And then when they see some of these salaries, they're like, well, that's more than I make when I'm a fucking high school dropout and I work at Wendy's. Obviously, if you're working for a charity, you should make less money than me. Like, it's just idiotic.
the president makes more than $480,000 a year. Well, at least the foundation is providing $1,200 in relief to the survivors, compared with the $700 from the US government. That should suffice, right? In reality, the way this foundation is set up, people ended up getting not enough, if anything at all. This caused a lot of controversy, and it became a huge burden for the people of Maui. These people went through so much in so little time that it is just devastating. And land grab after land grab, it was just overwhelming.
If I have to go pitch a tent on the ashes, that's what I'm gonna have to do.
The Rock also addressed the backlash and talked about it.
There was some backlash that came with launching the fund, and
Hello Richard, this is Biden Tanduka from chat. I heard in a recent stream that you said your surname is actually Kumar. Is this true? I'm also from India and I can definitely see some Indian blood in you. Please visit sometime and have a curry with me.
No, India is a shithole, and I prefer to poop in a toilet and have people wash their hands when they serve me food. Thanks for the donation, though, Badin Tandukar.
I want to address and acknowledge that backlash right now.
But this didn't sound like an apology, only that he tried to take accountability for his actions in his own way. And all of this is filmed next to that big mansion and pool in the backyard. It would have been better if these celebrities had just given the funds from their own pockets and stopped asking the public to fund something.
Okay, so apparently if you're a rich millionaire, you have to give up all the money that you have earned over your lifetime if a tragedy happens. All right.
When they can barely pay for the stuff they need for themselves.
Idiotic.
According to a major portion of the population, this was a misstep in The Rock's career, which can have long-term consequences. With cases such as these, his friendly and charismatic demeanor may not be enough to get him out of this mess, especially since many of his lies and missteps have become more obvious. If that wasn't enough, he is also losing popularity among many WWE fans. He even made the most disliked WWE video on YouTube. The SmackDown with Roman Reigns racked up over 500,000 dislikes in less than 36 hours. That dislike bar was growing so fast, it even shocked the WWE. 2 years of build-up, 2 years of hype, all for nothing. WWE originally intended for Rock and Reigns to be the main event at WrestleMania 39, which took place in Hollywood last year. However, despite discussions about this plan, Rock later confirmed that he didn't work out and they couldn't make it happen. In Rock's absence, Cody Rhodes stepped up to challenge Reigns for the title. Although he didn't win, Rhodes has solidified his spot as WWE's top babyface ever since. Rhodes won the 20...
Well, I'm not a big wrestling fan, but I've noticed this. There's a lot of part-timers where, you know, somebody will do something else other than wrestling, you know, get into acting, Hollywood shit, and then they'll come back every so often when the WWE gives them, like, a big paycheck. They'll come in and win, beat a big star, and then fuck off and leave, and a lot of fans don't really like that, so yeah, no shit. You've got some jackass like The Rock, who's not really a WWE wrestler anymore, come in just for a big paycheck, beat all the biggest talent, because, you know, it's planned that, ooh, the big Hollywood celebrity is gonna come in and win. Yeah, they don't really like that. Christy Stinky Hole donated $2. Did Turkey Tom go vegan yet, or did you finally stop clapping his cheeks? He has not gone vegan yet. The only KO at UFC 302.
You said you slapped me, didn't you, white boy? Come on, white boy. Come slap me, white boy. Come on. You white boys screaming niggas. They slap me. Slap me. Stand on business. You white boys screaming niggas. Say you slap me. Slap me.
Okay, dude, if somebody is acting like that around you, just leave and call security. That is just nuts. Like, this is not somebody you should be trying to reason with. Just leave and call security. Okay, well, he asked for it. That's funny, after acting all tough, oh, fucking slap me, and then he gets fucking knocked out from a slap. See, female cops are a massive liability to their male counterparts. So what's going on here?
That right hand! Shots fired!
Did that fucking female cop just shoot the other cop through the fucking windshield?
Head! Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired! I'm hit! I'm hit!
I'm not understanding exactly what happened.
Right hand!
Okay, no, I think the suspect in the car shot the cop.
Shots fired!
And for...
Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired! I'm hit! I'm hit!
And then for some reason, she didn't immediately open fire? I'm really fucking confused what happened here. That's really weird. I don't understand. I also don't understand why it says female cops are a liability. It seems to me what happened was the suspect inside the car opened fire on the male cop on the right side. The female cop, for whatever reason, didn't immediately engage with the suspect. Waited for the guy to, like, start leaving the car before she started shooting. I have no idea why. And then, apparently she missed, and the guy just fled on foot. Yeah. How in the fuck did this guy get shot at by 2 cops? And he's still fucking running. I don't know. He might have actually gotten hit.
Interesting overlooked aspect of the recent Trump conviction.
I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for that donation, Caleb. Handgun rounds are kind of like garbage ballistically. This guy might have actually gotten shot like 10 times, but was just able to leave because, again, like, handguns just aren't very lethal. There needs to be one physical fitness standard in all law enforcement agencies, and females should not be allowed to be on the front lines unless they pass the same requirements as men. Most female cops put their male partners in danger with their ineptitude. That is not true. Couldn't agree more. Let me see. It's another video. Well, these are just fat, out-of-shape cops. Okay. Well, following his felony convictions, Donald Trump was required to report to probation services to prepare a post-conviction pre-sentencing report for Judge Merchan. Trump blew off the requirement and left the courthouse before he visited with his new probation officers. That may have been a big mistake. Judge Merchan depends on the probation report to determine Trump's sentence. If he cannot follow the rules of probation, prison may be the necessary sentence. Whether Trump is sentenced to prison probation or split sentence of prison probation, probation services are about to be a big part of Trump's life. Criminals on probation are supposed to accept their guilt and show some sign of remorse or retribution for their crimes. Trump is not likely to do that. If Trump doesn't follow the rules, he can and will be violated and sentenced to prison. As a convicted felon, Trump no longer has the freedoms that are afforded to those of us without a felony conviction. One restriction will be on Trump's travel. As a convicted felon, Trump will need permission to leave his state of residence. His passport will be seized, and any foreign travel will be prohibited or greatly restricted by his rules of probation. Not only that, but many countries do not allow felons to enter their country. This conviction will drastically change Trump's life. I do not see Trump successfully completing a sentence of probation if that's his sentence. Yeah, he's doing a lot of stupid things. He's also like prattling on about how he's not guilty. The whole court was set up and it's a sham. He's not showing any kind of remorse for his crime, and he's already like violating probation. So he's just making an easier case for Judge Merchan to just lock him up. He's really stupid. Nut Muffin donated $3. Let me see. When you delete Google Map because only Allah can guide you. Yeah. Well, get lost then. It's just a frog.
Hell no. To the no, no. Hell no.
He saw a frog and dumped his bike. I think it might be a toad, but still. Why would you be afraid of a little fucking toad? What a bitch. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin. The Only Path donated $2. Very handsome. Let me see. Oh my god.
Hoje deu ruim.
That is a very handsome sheep. Oh my goodness. Wow, that's a good sheep. Oh my god. That's a really good sheep. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Those are good cows. Oh my goodness. I'd like to make friends with those cows. Those are really good cows. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'd love to pet a deer. That's a really good deer. Oh my goodness. It's a nice little dog. Oh my god. That dog looks nice and happy. Wow. Oh god. It's a little baby. Baby elephants are so cute. Oh my god. That's a nice little baby. Wow. Fucking love elephants. Play the Cappy song. Sure, why not?
Capybara, 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 capybara.
Those are some good capybaras. That looks like it would be a problem.
Gracious, bro.
Uh-oh, shit. Uh-oh.
I would fucking leave that entire warehouse because I'd be worried about the entire warehouse of cans collapsing. Dude, that's insane. Holy
God, bro.
Bro, I would not want to have to clean that up. Thanks for that donation, The Only Path.
2024 Royal Rumble, and fans were excited to see him get his
Good morning, hope you're doing well. I'm doing good, Daniel.
rematch with Reigns at WrestleMania in April. But Rhodes stepped aside on SmackDown to let The Rock take the stage and face Reigns instead. Apparently, Rhodes handled the situation professionally.
Fuck Sv3rige, donate $2. My question wasn't about Sv3rige, dumbass. He obviously belongs in jail. I wanted to know if Luna, according to you, deserves the attack because she probably still eats meat. Well, I already answered that question. Yeah, you could say she still deserves it, but I'm still against the attack because the attack was not, it had nothing to do with veganism. Luna could have been vegan and Sv3rige would have still conducted the attack. Thanks for the donation, fuck Sv3rige.
But felt a bit down about giving up the spotlight. Then the dislikes came, and The Rock was even booed on stage during the live event on Saturday. Do you know what else is interesting about The Rock? It turns out he has a clause in his contract that says he can't lose a fight. It seems that some of the toughest men on screen may not be so tough after all. His ego can't handle losing even a fake fight. Based on reports from the Wall Street Journal, Dwayne, Jason Statham, and Vin Diesel have signed conditions in their movie contracts that make sure they never lose a fight, limit the number of bodily injuries they receive, or punches they sustain. The Rock and his co-stars want to maintain this supremacy on screen and don't want to back down so he will never look weak. Now we can see where that is coming from. When his entire persona is built around his image, it is normal for Dwayne to make sure that all his on-screen characters never get beaten badly.
That is normal. That's not anything special. Any Hollywood contract is going to have these sorts of stipulations. You'll also see contracts with actors where if they're playing a villain, they won't be forced to do certain things in a scene, like commit a rape on camera, because they don't want their reputation as an actor to be harmed by playing too evil of a villain. Like, this is normal.
Because no one wants to watch a loser. Instead, he has to remain on the top, becoming this supreme superhero that is strong enough to save the world. You know, there is something Dave Bautista said a while back after he left wrestling and focused on his acting. He said, "I never wanted to be the next Rock. I just want to be a good actor, a respected actor." He said he never cared about the spotlight or fame. All he ever wanted was for people to respect him and look up to him. He wanted to experience what it means to be an actor in Hollywood and how that would feel to accomplish something this big. If he could only see right now how well his statement would age with time. Well, when we are talking about lies, there is more where that came from. Apparently, The Rock lied to us about Black Adam. He said that the movie will be making anywhere between $52 million to $72 million in profits. He posted, "Waited to confirm with financiers before I share this excellent #Black Adam news. Our film will profit between $52 million and $72 million. Fact, at almost $400 million worldwide, we are building our new franchise step by step. First Captain America did $370 million for the DC future."
What? Captain America is Marvel.
But in reality, the movie was a box office disaster. After 7 weeks on the big screen, the movie generated just $387 million around the globe. And the budget, anywhere from $190 million to $260 million. This is not enough, especially nowadays with the cost of special effects, set, marketing costs, and all the other salaries they have to pay. According to insiders at Warner Brothers, there were still some COVID-related limitations that forced the studio to cut back on the global marketing campaign. The initial goal was to spend $100 million on advertising, but ended up with $80 million. This had a devastating impact on the overall profit. Because of that, the movie had to earn roughly $600 million to break even and surpass the benchmark to make a hefty profit. But as things were set in motion, the film was losing $50 million to $100 million in theaters. Overall, it was headed to a bad start. Now, domestic box office numbers are equally important as the overseas numbers, but the profits just don't add up. The movie took at least $190 million to make, but it's when you see the domestic returns alone that the film made only $168 million. Yes, it did better overseas, but the studio had to sell its distribution rights, and those who bought these rights took in most of the profits. So foreign receipts won't do it any good, especially with how the domestic numbers are going right now. Compared to other DC Universe films, this one has quite a substantial budget, and yet it has underperformed. Just look at Batman v Superman for a moment.
I don't know why these studios are still making these insanely expensive, overblown fucking pieces of trash. Like, I mean, at this point, you have to know, like, if a movie is going to be good or bad. Like, I knew before this, like, it even came out, it was going to be a stinker. Why would you put so much money into a movie that you know isn't going to be good? It's just some stupid superhero cash grab movie. And then have this massive fucking financial risk. Like, just scale back the movie. Maybe don't rely so much on special effects and all the stupid shit. And then put out something that's good, that will actually make a profit. I don't know. I'm not a financial expert or movie expert, but seems to make more sense to me.
The production cost was about $250 million, yet it made more than $330 million in domestic returns and over $874 million worldwide. Since we are talking about Dwayne Johnson here, we expect to see huge results. It was supposed to be a hit, but it turned out that not even all fans of The Rock were that interested in watching the movie. Although The Rock still remains this mega star, it seems that his influence didn't age well. He is quite innovative as a businessman, talented spokesperson, and someone who can make people laugh. But now that he is trying very hard to push his agenda, remain relevant and on top, we can see a lot of his fans pulling back. He has received a ton of criticism over the years, especially when it comes to him being a fitness influencer. But he has also been caught lying and endorsing questionable endeavors, which have had a major impact on his reputation. In real life, he is worth millions, so he does a pretty good job when it comes to his entrepreneurial spirit. But whether he will remain likable or not, we will have to wait and see. Now, when you compare him to try to keep it.
Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and today I want to talk about Starship Troopers.
Why?
The 1997 classic is one of my favourite sci-fi films of all time, but the more I look into it, the more I start to see. Now on the surface, the film features Johnny Rico leading his squad to glory against the big bad bugs. But what if I told you the main call to arms was secretly a false flag caused by humanity?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Now, the event I'm talking about is the destruction of Buenos Aires, which acts as a way to get people to enlist. You probably think I'm mental, right? Well, let's put on our tinfoil hats, and hopefully by the end of this, I'll manage to convince you. If you agree, then please hit the thumbs up, and if you don't, then the dislike's there. But really, you fucks need to wake up and subscribe to the channel for videos like this every week. With out of the way, thank you for clicking this. Now let us dive into Starship Troopers. Okay, so to set the stage, we see Johnny Rico getting kicked out the military. This is due to an accidental death.
You have a rapeable ass, Richard. Has anyone ever told you that? You've got a very rapeable ass. You would not do well in prison.
Well, thank you. I'm flattered. Appreciate the donation in Kindu.
That ends up happening under his command. Video calling his parents, they're happy he's coming back, but something strange then happens as the call ends.
We love you, son.
Oh my, what's that?
Moments later, we find out an asteroid's hit the planet and wiped out Johnny's home, leaving nothing but ash. Immediately, you want to join in the fight and head out to stamp down the bugs.
The only good bug is a dead bug.
We find out after that people are enlisting en masse, and in many ways it reflects real life. The official stats in the aftermath of Pearl Harbor say that 130,000 Americans joined the military within 30 days of it. Less than a year later, there were 50 million Americans working for the war effort, showing how much this drove up registration. There were even rumors at the time that the president knew about it beforehand and even let it happen, as it could act as a way to get people to enlist. Now that's a crazy conspiracy theory, yeah, but the one I've got for you today, I swear it's true. Now that is that the entire bug attack was orchestrated by the humans in order to get people to enlist. This would help to secure military funding and mean the Federation stays operational. Now what the film does is that it paints out a society that's wholly reliant on there being an enemy. The entirety of the civilization that we see is built off the back of military rule, and whether it's in the classroom, the constant propaganda ads running, or how you get citizenship, it's all building off the back of being in the military. At the school, we see people protesting though, and you could argue there are certain people who don't want this to be. Some people might even question if the war's worth it, because all we get is this desolate planet. However, those in charge need to keep things moving, and in order to do this, we need to have an enemy. If there isn't a war, then their society could collapse, and who knows what would happen to the—
Will I turn gay if I eat tofu? I don't know, man. We all react to it differently.
Government. Now, from what we see, humans have stopped fighting amongst themselves, and even the criminals are executed quickly. We meet a prisoner who'd been caught for murder, and within 24 hours, he was then tried and executed. This shows how unquestioned the government are, and how quickly they can push things through. Again, people might start to question things like, is that trial fair? And thus they need something that puts the military at the top, getting us all united under their direct rule. That's something this attack does, which makes me think there's something else going on. Now this is of course something that Watchmen also touched upon, with a false flag attack happening at the end of that. That also brought us together, and though it might sound like a crazy theory, let us look at the science behind it. So at 2 points in the movie, we see the distance between Earth and Klendathu, which is shown to us in propaganda news reports. The first one of these happens at the beginning when we get the news report explaining the bug meteor. Now I'm not somewhat of a scientist myself, but these are clearly billions or even trillions of light years away. The second report comes right after the asteroid strike, which shows a path it travelled from Klendathu. Now as we know, the planets in the solar system, they're constantly moving and spinning through space. Where we are now, that won't even be where we are in half a second's time, and we're constantly moving at vast speeds throughout the cosmos. Thus, in order for the bugs to hit us, they need to have next level math. The way it's explained to us is that meteors orbit their planet, providing them with an unlimited amount of ammo. From the planet, a bug then fires up into space and knocks one of these directly towards Earth. So let me get this straight, right? They do that, and then the meteor travels across the universe and gets a bullseye on us. In order to pull this off, you'd not only have to know where you were in space, but then also know where the Earth was. You'd then have to work out where it would be in a trillion light years time, and also what exact angle to hit the meteor at. This would need to be worked out so that when you hit it, it travels on a straight path directly towards us. You see, with that distance, that kind of distance, mate, even if you get it wrong by a degree, it's gonna miss us by trillions and trillions of miles. Let's pull that map back up and draw a straight line between our planets so you can get an idea of exactly what I mean. Now let's move that line by just 1 degree so you can see how much of a difference that it makes. Now this is without even factoring in that all these planets and systems are constantly spinning at a rate that adds countless extra variables. Also, in order for the bugs to be able to pull this off, they'd have to shoot the meteor aeons and aeons and aeons ago. Love saying that. Now they'd also have to know what the mass of the rock was and also what speed to hit it at to make sure it travelled to the point we'd be at. You'd also have to be aware of how fast the planets move, and yeah, no way can the bugs do all that. From what we see, they don't have any technology and most likely wouldn't have even known we existed back when they needed to fire at the meteor. It's also clear that the official human stance is that bugs aren't intelligent, and this is hammered home by this line.
Brain bugs, frankly, I find the idea of a bug that thinks offensive.
So clearly, humanity thinks that bugs are dumb and wouldn't be capable of carrying this out. Again, there's just too many variables, mate, and this is made more complex by another scene. That happens with the crew of the Roger Young, which we see piloted by Captain Carmen. Carmen ends up encountering the meteor that later on ends up hitting our planet. The ship hits against it and barely scrapes by, but again, this is something that would make it change course. Going back to the idea of angles, this would have caused it to veer off course slightly, meaning that the meteor would have missed anyway. So technically the Roger Young might have been what caused it to hit Earth. I'm not buying it though. I think it was always a false flag, and in the opening report, something else seems afoot. In it we see another rock heading towards a planet, and this is again about to hit Buenos Aires. However, we're saved by this brand new ship, which the Federation now has for planetary defense. No doubt that cost a bunch, but because of the attack, the government's obviously now funded. No matter what, they'll always have money for wars, and this is of course something that we've seen in real life. And on top of this, look at the animation that they knock out to showcase the attack. I know Kevin's spoilers, he's got a reputation for getting videos out quickly, but I don't even think we could have got this report out seconds after it happened. It's detailed, has a mix of graphics and lots of footage of the aftermath that would have happened just mere minutes before. How they would have managed to get this, compile it and put it in a report, you couldn't bloody do it, and it shows that they likely had all of this to hand. It's like when they have footage from another thing, you know, mate, the conspiracy theories, you've seen them, and they say one tragic event is using footage from another tragic event. The report also makes it clear that they didn't use wormhole technology and that the asteroid travelled directly from Klendathu. I've seen that often used as a reason to explain it, but yeah, I doubt the bugs have any grasp or understanding of how black holes and wormholes work, and if they'd even transport a meteor to the right place to continue its journey. Also, let's dive into the ethics of journalism to talk about what's going on. Normally when attacks happen like this in real life, we wait until there's one of two things. That is an investigation into who carried it out, which normally takes at least several hours. Either that or a group claims credit for it and comes forth as the ones behind it. There's no way that humanity would be able to say that this was the bugs in such a short space of time. This is literally a minute after Rico's phone call, which isn't near enough time to know if it's the case. Even if they had that assumption, you'd still want to double check, but nope, ready to blame them straight away. Now, I'm no bug sympathizer, yeah, but they didn't own up to it either. Again, humanity also thinks the bugs are stupid, so why would they immediately know that it was them? No, they wouldn't, you scumbag. No, I think they were in it, and they either let it happen or carried it out themselves. This is all to continue the industrial military complex and gain support for spending and enlistment in the war. Telling people there's an enemy, that's one thing, but showing an enemy can eradicate you, it puts the fear of God into you. The only thing to do is fight back, and humanity clearly wants Klendathu, which we know from the hints towards colonization. They clearly want us to agree that that's the right thing to do, and I hope this video has helped to prove it. I'm so glad you listened, so we now know the truth. Who's that? Quick, share the video, expose the truth, the truth is out there, wake up!
Yeah, that'd probably make the most amount of sense. Because Klendathu is several light years away, and the bugs would have to have had, like, knowledge of pretty complex math to be able to hit Earth. So they probably allowed for the asteroid to hit to justify invading the bug homeland. Let's see.
Welcome back, Defenders. Jake here. Of course, the top story this weekend. Ukraine can now strike inside of Russia with American weapons. near the northern border. We'll talk more about the location in a second. But Germany now also says Ukraine can use its weapons to strike inside of Russia. Thank you so much to
Get
President
fucked.
Macron and the people of France for flipping Germany from a no to a yes. Here's the statement put out by President Zelensky. I appreciate President Biden's decision on Ukraine's use of its defensive capabilities. This is a welcome step that will allow us to now better protect Ukraine from Russian terror and attempts to expand the war. That's what this policy change is about. Russia's reinvasion of Kharkiv and their threats of invasion of Chernihiv and Sumy. This reversal is going to prevent future attacks along the border. So what's Russia's response? Nukes. Medvedev again threatens the West with nuclear escalation. So the policy has changed. Western weapons are being used on the territory.
This is like the 12th time they've threatened to use nuclear weapons. So, like,
Story of Russia.
I don't know why they think they're going to be taken seriously.
And I don't think I've been nuked yet. So let's talk about the location. We don't have the exact language, what America told Ukraine they could and could not do. But the reports are this red region, basically within 90 kilometers of the Kharkiv border. Ukraine can now use Gimler's rounds launched from the HIMARS, as well as artillery systems. This is enough to smash any troop concentrations close to the border. This yellow is ATACMS range. At this time, the United States has not given permission for the 300-kilometer variant of the ATACMS to be used anywhere on the territory of Russia. So if we zoom in, what Ukraine is allowed to do at the moment is still pretty darn good. The entire city of Belgorod is within 90 kilometers of the border. This darker red region is how far the Russians have gotten in their single-month offensive, but they're already getting lit up. There's reports that a supply base in Shebekino was already destroyed with the use of Western weapons. Shebekino is just on the other side of the border. Here's Vovchansk. The Russians got 4 or 5 kilometers deep and then stopped advancing. So all of their command posts, fuel warehouses, ammunition depots that they thought was safe on the other side of the border, they're currently being destroyed. The Russians are also providing evidence. These are pieces of a Gimler's round launched from a HIMARS, and it was immediately confirmed. As soon as the policy was changed, Ukraine immediately started hitting high-value targets on the other side of the border.
Will you debate my anti-vegan troll sister? She's a dumb cough. I think you mean dumb fuck, but yeah, sure. If you want to set up a debate with your sister and she's down, I'll debate her.
So let's get to the criticism of this change in policy. The U.S. allowing for U.S. weapons to be used for counter-battery purposes close to Kharkiv feels like a half-assed dodge to ease political pressure. It's something, but nowhere's near what they need. Ukraine needs the ability to hit airfields inside of Russia. Here's more criticism of the policy change. This is the combat medic, Pete, from Project Constantine. This is what he has to say.
Well, at least it's something.
Community kicks.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Орденом Мужества награждены.
This war that we are currently embroiled in was started and financed by the West and has come to involve the entire world in a fight against good and evil. All religions, all nations, and all people should unite instead of being controlled and fooled by the monster of fake press.
Is that a Samsung phone he's using?
We need to educate and illuminate all those who cannot see what is really happening. Given to the motherland could not be calculated and described.
Yeah, Steven Seagal is a massive piece
Political
of shit.
side of the aisle. Suddenly all hell breaks loose and no one knows what side is up anymore. No one knows what side is down. As Cenk just said on air with Anna the other day, when defending their decision not to fire me from the network, despite pressure from some in the audience.
No, I will not be taking Ben Glebe off the air, okay? So for all of you who say, oh, you know, we don't like his opinions or we think that his facts are not exactly right. On the issue of Israel and Gaza, no one even agrees on facts. So, and Ben is, when he's on the show, is challenged by me and other hosts. You get to have both sides. You can see for yourself very clearly.
Cenk said that Ben is receiving different.
I actually respect Cenk for doing that. You can say a lot of things about Cenk, him being a fucking, you know, bloated fucking retard, but at the very least, he does have enough intellectual honesty to allow somebody to work under him who has a very differing opinion on the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Information than we are, and nobody, when it comes to Israel-Gaza, seems to agree on the facts. So that was one reason they cited for not wanting to fire me, is that they believe in my heart that I am arguing for the side that I believe is the moral and correct side and for the people who are at risk, and they believe that they are doing the exact same. So I'm not going to get into the details of the conflict or of any of the tragedies happening or any of the specifics of the horrible tragedy and loss of life that happened in Rafah just the other day. This video is about the more pernicious, dangerous, and very out of control problem that will not go away unless we do something through legislation to make these social media companies adjust their algorithms or get rid of them entirely and return to real-time feeds so that they are not simply to drive as many eyeballs as possible, feeding two entirely different realities to the world. Because not only can we not ever find solutions if we don't talk to each other, but
well, we absolutely need to fucking ban TikTok. That's for fucking sure.
There's a lot of things.
Elias donated $2. This is fucking hilarious. Let me see. Oh yeah, I've seen this. Yeah, I've already seen this whole thing. It's been big news. Thanks for that donation, Elias.
It's about fundamental laws of nature, which we don't know. There are things that we know we don't know. And one of these things is dark matter. It's a big challenge, and many people around the world are searching for dark matter. It turns out that about a quarter of the entire energy density of the universe is contained in dark matter. There's actually a lot more dark matter in the universe than there is of visible matter. In fact, dark matter is probably passing through you and me right now. We know dark matter exists. We don't know what it is. That's a cool motivation, a cool challenge to try and find it, to try and detect it, to try and measure what it is. We use precision magnetic resonance to search for dark matter. Small-scale tabletop laboratory experiments are cool because we get to use a lot of techniques in small teams and hopefully down the line learn something new about the universe. The majority of scientists think we do need dark matter to explain the universe, and there are many observations and pieces of evidence for why dark matter exists. The way galaxies spin is determined by their mass. We can see the stars that make up the galaxy, so we can add up the mass in these stars, and we can guess, based on this mass, how quickly galaxies should spin. It turns out that this guess is wrong. It's very wrong. In fact, galaxies spin much faster, so people conclude that there must be some hidden component to the mass, which they call dark matter. There are different models for what dark matter could be. The best leads are judged by how much promise a particular dark matter candidate holds to explain other mysteries about the fundamental laws of nature. The particular dark matter candidate that we search for, called the Axion, was actually invented to solve another problem of fundamental physics that has to do with the strong force, which is the force that binds nuclei together. Time reversal is a transformation where if you run the laws of nature backwards in time, they appear the same. And the strong force respects time reversal symmetry, even though one may not expect it to respect this symmetry. That's called the strong CP problem. If this were accidental, this would amount to flipping a coin 35 times and always landing heads. That should not be an accident of nature. It's as if there is a fundamental principle that forces the strong force to respect time reversal symmetry. And the axion was invented to explain this principle. Then it was quickly realized that it's a good dark matter candidate. There are natural mechanisms for how these axions can be produced during the Big Bang. As the universe evolves, these mechanisms can then give rise to axion fields that match the properties of dark matter as we observe it now. If axions do make up dark matter, then there is only a range of masses that they can have. We search for the axions in the kilohertz, megahertz radio frequencies because this is where our technology of magnetic resonance can be particularly sensitive. Our experiment is called CASPER. That stands for the Cosmic Axion Spin Precession Experiment. At the heart of the experiment is a magnetic resonance detector. It's a sensitive detector of magnetic fields. Electrons, atoms, molecules, nuclei, they have a property called spin. And you can think of a spin as a compass needle. And compass needles like to point north. But there's one big difference. When you tip a compass needle away from north, it just points back. But if you tip the spin away from the magnetic field, it doesn't just go back, it actually precesses, it rotates, it spins around the magnetic field. The point of magnetic resonance is to study how the spin precesses and at what rate does it spiral back. Our ultimate goal is to search for dark matter. If dark matter is indeed axions, and if the mass of these axions falls in the range that can be explored by our experiments, then we detect it. We're looking at the spins of the lead atom. When we apply a magnetic field with our magnet, these spins, they point along the magnetic field. Axion, like dark matter, can interact with these spins and tilt the needles a little bit away from the magnetic field. And this is what we search for. This tilting angle is going to be tiny. It would take 1 million years for this spin to go from pointing north to pointing south. We don't have 1 million years. So what we have to do is we have to get many of these spins together and we have to do high precision measurements. We like to call ourselves a precision measurements lab. What this means is we always ask ourselves the question, what are the possible noise sources and is it feasible to reduce these? The way that magnetic resonance is usually used is to optimize the frequency resolution of the experiments rather than the sensitivity itself. If our experiment works the way we think it should work, then by some metrics, this should be the most sensitive magnetic resonance experiment in the world. Nobody really knows what dark matter could be. It's important to look in as many places as we can.
That's interesting.
Excuses used by the West on why Ukraine shouldn't be allowed to defend itself. This latest, absolutely laughable rule. Kharkiv can only defend Kharkiv region border or shoot just inside the enemy territory of Kharkiv. Ludicrous. So the rest of Ukraine has to take it up the backside. The rest of Ukraine has to be vaporized, while just a little bit of Kharkiv can defend a little bit of Kharkiv. By this idiotic logic, what they're saying is, if I have a house, and there are 2 children in that house, and a bad man is coming in the middle of the night to do something to those children, I can only defend against the bad man that comes through the front door. The bad man that comes through the back door, he can have his way with my child.
So Pete's a little fired up. He looks like he's walking. I do want to say that from our fundraiser we did, Pete is going to get a truck as soon as the next convoy heads to Kyiv. But what's happening here with the policy, I think, is the same thing that happened a year ago when the British started donating Storm Shadow cruise missiles. So if you remember, the UK confirmed sending Storm Shadow cruise missiles for the first time in May of 2023. This was a year ago. And the Russians, of course, responded, if these cruise missiles hit the territory of Crimea, it's World War III. If British Storm Shadow cruise missiles are destroying the port city of Sevastopol, that's a Pearl Harbor moment that will trigger World War III. So Western long-range cruise missiles showed up in May, and this was kind of a low-key thing that happened. I don't think I explained it in a video. But what the Ukrainians did at first was they used these Storm Shadow cruise missiles to destroy the bridges to Crimea. There's a bridge located right there, and I think there's another small bridge located right here. It's not hard for Russia to put up a pontoon bridge to get around these destroyed bridges. I don't want to say wasting, but expending valuable, limited Storm Shadow cruise missiles on these bridges probably wasn't worth it. But Ukraine and the West was testing the Russians. Okay, let's hit the bridges to Crimea and see if that triggers nuclear war. Of course it didn't. So next, they started hitting the airfield at Jankoy with long-range Western cruise missiles. What was Russia's response? Did it trigger World War III? Was there a nuclear response? Of course not. So 3 months later, by September of 2023, the Black Sea Fleet headquarters in Sevastopol was blown up. And the Russians didn't even talk about it.
Yep.
To them, this shouldn't have been possible, so to their people, they didn't even report it. This was not a Pearl Harbor moment that triggered World War III. So if you want my opinion, what's going to happen, this feels like a Biden compromise, and I think Ukraine is going to use American and Western weapons on the territory of Russia, basically in a sample area for a couple weeks or maybe a month. And then these restrictions are going to go away. If this doesn't trigger World War III and a nuclear response this month, American weapons being used on the territory of Russia border, amassing Ukraine using F-16s over Russian airspace for self-protection.
Hell yeah.
Same thing with Denmark. Denmark says Ukraine can use their F-16s against Russian targets. F-16s are arriving in the next 2 weeks. They should. So we're going to find out if ordnance supplied, being fired from F-16s, can light up Russian bases on the other side of the border. Let's now get to the bad news for Russia. Ukraine destroys a record number of Russian artillery systems in May. So these are Ukraine's own self-reported numbers. And if you want to believe that Ukraine over-reports, over-counts, that's fine. But there's still a general trend you can observe. Even if Ukraine overcounts by 100%, you can see this war is getting more devastating, more deadly for the Russians. In the month of May, the Russians lost 1,100 artillery systems. The trend is intact for armored vehicles. 880 armored vehicles destroyed just in the month of May. And this is fascinating because a year ago, in May of 2023, according to Ukraine's own self-reported numbers, the Russians only lost 286. What was different a year ago? And a year ago in May, the Russians weren't attacking. They were waiting for Ukraine's counteroffensive in the Sv3rige region. They were building up and positioning forces. They were still attacking occasionally, but nothing like they've been doing the last 6 months. The entire war. This blocks the Trans-Siberian Railway, sparks a huge forest fire. These are 29 coal wagon cars that sparks an oil depot fire in southern Russia. This was in the Krasnodar region. I'll link, I have to mention him. But here's the big story from Friday. Guilty. It's always good when evil people fail. There's no love for Donald Trump inside Ukraine. Trump and MAGA blocked military aid from the United States for 8 months while the Russians were bombing cities and taking the city of Avdiivka. Avdiivka would have been able to hold if Trump and Speaker Johnson hadn't blocked a vote for 8 months. So what is Russia's reaction to Donald Trump now being a convicted felon? Trump case shows is eliminating their rivals. This is what the Kremlin is saying in defense of Donald Trump. I'll link this clip down below from Russia Media Monitor. This is Kremlin State TV's reaction.
POV of Sevastopol Naval Command moments before storm shadows struck them.
Stanislav, we're picking up incoming missiles. We have to tell the Kremlin, but the computer, the science, no, nothing ever happens. Oh, I see. Incoming missiles, we have to tell the Kremlin, no, but the computer, the science, nothing ever happens. Yeah, really. Thanks for the donation, Darth Putin. Animal Liberation donated $2. Just want to shout out all the amazing activists that stayed consistent and did not let up to get this win. Read the whole caption. Let's see. Well, I've already read this. Somebody sent me this like about 30 minutes ago. Yep. And this whiny fucking baby is talking about being bullied and shit. Well, I guess bullying works. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
Action to the Trump verdict in his criminal trial. And of course, they're saying exactly what you would expect. The verdict from the jury is a shame for America. Donald Trump is now a political prisoner. It was a rigged trial, a disgrace. We'll save you, Donald. We'll save you.
All right, well, that's all pretty funny. Okay, think I will end the stream now because it is fairly late. But hope you guys had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'm going to go nighty-night. But thanks again, everybody. Should be on tomorrow night. So I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams.